In Liberia, November 1944, a public-spirited person was born.
Joseph Numa Wakai from Wasanga, Foya District, Lofa County.
He is a role model. He's actually my inspiration.
He's also a perfect example of humility. He's a very humble person.
Through that papi, the help he start giving all from this one here. I know that when he get there, he will help me. He will help the nation.
The president promised so many things, nothing. At the end, the president said that we will not be spectators within our own economy. And we're not hearing on the field why people in that kind of move, why people just in charge of the discussion. The next day you were seeing singing, the next day you were seeing studio, the next day you were seeing dancing buka, the next day you were seeing doing something what president not supposed to do. When you president, you bear the pain for the citizen. The citizen should be happy before you be happy. But president, we are doesn't care. Why are going to listen to president? We are for the only thing are going there for president. We have a teacher. We just see my teacher. Goodbye, Mr. President. Grade the president 10%. Look at JFK. Somebody not get money. $700 government hospital charge the person go jump, running away, the person die. So I'm a praising. My final was that we want a peaceful election. All the fire officials or anybody that was sanctioned by the U.S. government, we are taking protest, maybe February 4th to the U.S. embassy to let the U.S. government know that no sanction official must partake in our election. The same vote that carry him there, the same vote should take him from there.
You know, it's slow because the economic system we have in the country. People priority is food, and how to get the money is not how. So how many people want to put money in their food? So you have to work in mass before even getting to what we want to do. And 400 just for sustainability. Yeah, as profit. Many of us who is doing this business, we want to school, we are high school graduate and things. So we are put in a deployable conditions. For the past 5 years, we are achieving my editorial power, the property rate was at a percentage of 50%. Now, they keep on the platform of what hope for change. But then they have added 2%, is 52%. That is the deployable rate. They told about 1,000 librarians should be employed. All of these things were cajoled. That's why in Nigeria, it's just rims and crumbs that the president want to say to us. Because Jowia is already voted out. I can tell you, and we are angry with the regime of Jowia. We see that it's a mistake.
Not let that, but send the president come. I tell you, thank you. My life, the boy, my editor, I vote for my editor, I enjoy. Say I vote for president. I enter, I vote for Jowia. Nothing. And for me, I will not vote for Jowia.
And I will consider that speech as the last speech that will be coming from Oboya. It's glaring. The fires are written on the street, on the houses, even the trees. What they want is a kangaroo agreement to just control the library on lies. Deception. For the past 3 years now, the travel and I'm very easy. Yeah, when you can't travel, they didn't need correct 1,500. Not easy. Some of our in school travel. The president promised so many things.
My people, where you at? Where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping. Whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your. Come on, come on, come on. I know you're sleeping now. You gotta wake up some more, yeah? Okay, let's go. The people who us, the people lie to us. The government betray us. So much. I said they lie. The people who us, the people lie to us. The government betray us. They can lie, they can steal, they will not know. I said we tired with their lies. We tired with their promises that led us to a lot of damages. We tired with that speech they preach indeed, and now unique they deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to beat? You see, we just tell you that's why we voted you. But you screw us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask. The people fool us. people fool us, so the people lie to us. My people, where you at? Where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping. Whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your. Come on, come on, come on. I know you're sleeping now. You gotta whip us some more, yeah? Okay, let's go. The people fool us. The people lie to us. The government betray us. So much. I said they lie. The people fool us, so the people lie to us. The government betray us. They can lie, they can steal, they will not go. I said we tired with their lies. We tired with their promises that led us to all our damages. We tired with their speech they preach indeed, and now unique they deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us a little and abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask. The people fool us. The people lie to us. The government betray us. So much. I said they lie. The people fool us, so the people lie to us.
It's all in the game. It's all in the game. Here, there, and everywhere. The people keep on crying. The people just keep on crying. It's not fair. And we going nowhere. Nowhere. All the big people. Nowhere.
Good evening, and whenever you are, I would like to welcome you again to another edition of the program, the Class Reloaded. We come your way Mondays, Wednesdays, and Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, of course, 8 p.m. GMT, Liberian time. Today is the first day of February, the year 2023. We're glad to be here today to talk about Liberia. We're here on Monday, which was 2 days ago. We spoke about the state of the nation. We also had a very, very learned professor, Sakwi Marapai, who is a professor at the University of Toledo in Ohio. Here talk about the life of Ambassador Boakai and talk about other contemporary national issues. Today we will look at a number of issues. Of course, as we begin our conversation, we start usually with what's trending, and then we have joining us for the first time on the class, Mr. Phil B. Swajinian. He is a member of the Liberty Party. Phil, welcome, Phil. It's good to see you join us.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's good to have you here also. We hope that we can have a very, 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 very interesting conversation as we move along. Let's say a big welcome to all of those who are listening to us via radio. We come your way on the following radio stations. That's Bushra Radio FM 98.1 in Montserrado, Premier FM 98.1 in Bangabong County, Radio Dupa FM 89.1 in Grand Bassa, Voice of Lofa FM 99.3 there in Vonjima, Lofa County, Radio Joy Africa FM 97.5 in Margibi, and of course, Voice of Kompa FM 106.5 all the way there in Nimba, Kompa City, Nimba County. We'd like to say welcome to all of our students in class. We usually go across the room to recognize some of them. I see Praise, Alexander, J. Romeo, James, Ober Franklin, Kamara, Kamen, Cowboy, Kamen, how are you? I see Stanley, John Green, Momo Sandy Manning, Tenen Cooper, Sam Zor, James Lavalai, John Beer, T. Makasef, Flomo, Samuel Salabasa, Kevin, Alfred, Mosala, Tappet, Charles Young, Grace Suku, Geraldine Tupa, Augustine, Patrick, Samuel Fire, Napla, Kamara, Susan, Comfort, Melvin, Emmanuel, Sa, Phoebe Warity, Carlos Willie, Cover, James, Geraldine, Natoma Williams, Jerry Yeke, A.B. Bapley, Kelvin Shelton, Elijah, Ambassador Newton, Quina Biman, K. Conan, Abraham, Louise, Kalilu Torawari. I see Geraldine, their present. See Bele Flomo, Agba Momolu, Elijah, see Elijah, Wayata family, Mama D, Susan, Tenant Passaway, Rebecca Odell, Echo Pape, Raphael, James, A.B. Bapley, Nathaniel, Boca, Raphael, Dayton, Dumpy, Andrew, Backham Hilton, Job Lee, Snotty, Mohammed, Billy, Behe, Magnus, Kokpo, and everybody. I'd like to say welcome to you as the Dean of Student PSA. Kale share the show. Invite as many persons as you can. Today we have a full house. I see Mo Ali is in the background. We will be joined by, hopefully later on in the conversation, by Tupoi from Banga to take our calls. And Pia will go on the line to speak with some representative from the Student Unification Party on the President's State of the Nation. On tonight's edition, we start the conversation with first trending, after which we'll do a deep dive into the speech delivered on Monday by the President of the Republic of Liberia, George Weah. The Liberty Party had issued a response to this speech, as well as the Unity Party. So we'll talk about it. We also have joining us to talk about in training issue, to talk about the Western Cluster. Mr. Ambula Mame is here. So this is a guy who have a full house today. It's going to be an interesting conversation here. And I'd like to say welcome to you. Ambula, welcome. This is your first time on the class. We'd like to say welcome and thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Stephen. It's good to be on the class.
Thank you. So as part of our routine, so Phil, since this is your first time, you and Mame will begin the trending issue with you.
Stephen.
Yeah.
Before you go to trending issues, let me just acknowledge our followers, the students in the class. I know you do recognize a couple of them most of the time. So you can't do all. But you see, what we always say to them about sharing the show is something that they can do. Will you believe that the last show with the professors the professors present, you had 1.4K shares?
Wow.
If somebody told you that, you believe it? Go to that very edition of the show. You're going to see 1.4K shares. What that tells me is that they can do it because JMB is a household name. And I doubt that JMB will have the number of persons we say he got. We believe that he will win the elections pens down and will struggle for shares. 1.4K shares. And if you add that to 492 shares on the Dillon page, I also carry the show, because there were almost 2K shares. And if you see the fruit of that, is that you got over, just on the platform, you got over 25K persons who watch the professor's show. Exactly. I'm not talking about what's happening on the radio, So that's just a simple strategy. And if you really support JMB, it should not be a difficult thing to do. Every day you come on the show, you should be able to share that much. Because the more you share, the more you got people on social media, in addition to the hundreds of thousands of people who reach in a radio station. So I just thought to say before you take your training issue, since they did it.
Yeah, let's take it.
Yeah, they did it big time, and I want to say that's the way to go, guys. We can do it.
Let's do it.
We can do it. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, PR, for recognizing that. Thanks, Our people in the comment section, you guys been doing a fantastic job. We'd like to appreciate you all. I see Jeremiah Chia there, President Stephen Topa, and the rest of the other guys, Snotty, Twer, and everybody else.
Sure.
Thank you all for sharing the show. So, Philip, in 2 to 3 minutes, what's trending from your end?
Well, it will be the State of the Nation address, but since we're going to jump into that much later, I would say just the difficulties in the country, communicating with people, family, friends, and folks. You recognize that there's a high level of difficulty for a lot of Liberian families across the board, whether you look at income generation for some families with regards to jobs, or you look at the difficulties folks are having getting their basic needs, getting access to healthcare, being able to afford, the basic services that, every citizen should have access to. I think those are the things that are trending now. So, I don't have 3 minutes to go over all of them.
Yeah, I know. We'll give you time to Mame, because he has a very important issue to talk about also. So at least you wager some of your time to
So, thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you.
Yeah.
So let me go to Mame. Mame, what's trending? At least anywhere between 5 minutes plus to talk about Western Cluster and what are the plans there by the advocacy groups concerning Western Cluster and the issues that are unfolding.
Yeah, we know people have started saying that the Western Cluster discussion is over because the president gave the State of Nation address, so it overshadowed everything. But more than that, the Western Cluster discussion is over because the Senate canceled the MOU.
Mm-hmm.
What is important to note is, and we started talking about and making our people to understand, is the Western Cluster discussion is not over. It's active, at least outside Liberia. Very, very active. People are interested. International organizations, reputable, known globally, individuals who serve as advisors to the United Nations Secretary General are concerned and actively involved into understanding more and pursuing further action on this Western Cluster issue.
Mm-hmm.
Canceling the MOU is insufficient in addressing the problem. The MOU was developed to achieve an objective. If you cancel the MOU and you don't undo the objective that the MOU achieved, then canceling the MOU is useless. The primary objective of that MOU, as stated clearly in Edwin Snow's public presentation, even if you don't want to read the MOU and see how it is written there clearly, or you can't understand how it is written there clearly, listening to the 1 minute video of Edwin Snow, it tells you the primary objective of the MOU was to allow Western Cluster receive their Class A license.
Class A license.
That was the primary objective. Western Cluster could not get the Class A license under the Mineral Development Agreement. That's the reason why all the years they spent under the Salif administration, they could not get the Class A license to produce because all the requirements they should have met before getting that Class A license, they did not meet those requirements. So it was not only because Ebola that they left. Yes, Ebola was the primary reason they left. But while they were in Liberia, even before Ebola, they had not satisfactorily met all the conditions to receiving that Class A license. Primary of those conditions are Western Cluster is supposed to present to the government what we call a feasibility plan. That plan will include over 35 different requirements that the government must approve. But we just had a few. One, every Snow shouting all around in Morovia, he wanted for your people to get job. I do it for my people to get job. The Mineral Development Agreement says before you issue Western Cluster that Class A license, they must present a job plan and a job schedule that the government will approve. If you check the MDA, you will not see no number of job there. Because the MDA shifted that responsibility to the feasibility study report and says that feasibility study report must show how much job you will create, how many persons you will employ, at what year you will employ those people. It is that job plan that you will hold the Ministry of Labor will hold to enforce and ensure that Western Cluster employ the people of Bomi or Bakolu or Grand Kema or Liberians in general. That plan has not been submitted, and you give Western Cluster the production license. Environmental plan. I think a year ago, Bear Mountain in Grand Kema County, there was water pollution. The fish die in the water. The people means of survival were destroyed. And then we started arguing. You know what the MDA says? They said before Western Cluster received that production license, Western Cluster will deposit into government's account a letter of credit of certain amount of money, so that just in case there is any environmental pollution, government doesn't need to go to Western Cluster. Government will withdraw that money to address the problem. That letter of credit has not been submitted. Several other requirements that Western Cluster is supposed to have met before receiving this Class A license, the MOU was introduced to allow Western Cluster to receive the license without meeting those requirements. So now you come by and say you cancel the MOU. Yeah, fine. But the things Western Cluster is supposed to do before receiving the license, you're not ensuring that those things are met and Western Cluster is carrying on its operation. So canceling the license is not sufficient. Canceling the MOU is not sufficient. What is sufficient is suspending the license until Western Cluster can meet all those conditions. Listen to Snow. I think I shared the video you somebody.
Yeah, I was keeping it for when we bring you on officially to have that detailed conversation, so that we can talk detail. So I don't know your schedule, no problem. Behind the scene. Only I want us to have because I want our audience to be able to understand the entire MDA from 2011, the force majeure that happened in 2014 that caused the company to leave, how they came back as a result of an MOU, whether the MOU supersedes the MDA, all that kind of issues that whether our people to hear. But I mean, you provided a nuanced insight about where we are in terms of Western Cluster. But I will suggest, if you want to stick around as we discuss the State of the Nation address, you're free to do so. Don't run away. If you're busy, well, you can. Then we can come back on Friday with you to talk more. But you're free to stick around and talk more on other issues.
Okay, I'll stick around.
Okay, good. Thank you. Let me go to Ali. Mo Ali, what's trending? From Mo Ali, I'll go to Pastor Mo, Larma, Jupor, and then Pia. Yeah, Daniel Sano is back, so we're good.
Thank you. Happy that we have a full house tonight. Stephen, and gentlemen, good evening from my end and good afternoon from your end. There are lots of reports of coercion of civil servants and distribution of money and t-shirt by the CDC, forcing people to go to their parade, whatever it is. As we are on the show, somebody called and said a group of guys who teach at Thomas Pada University. Thomas Pada are gone with t-shirts and their red beret and told them that all those that are teaching and students, particularly teachers, if he doesn't see them to the program on Saturday, it means that they should consider themselves sacked. But this has not only ended with that. That's his private institution. But at government ministries and agencies, they have threatened civil servants all over And now, here the justification Thomas Padda gave to the guys at his university. And somebody from one ministry, I will not call the name of the ministry, a few persons have called to say what they are telling them. They're telling the people they want to fill the ATS to prove to the world that Mr. Weah is popular, so that whatever way the election result goes, whether they rig the election or not, and they intend to rig the election, then the people will say already, oh, but the man put a crowd on February 4. They are also distributing, I even saw one of the pictures somewhere. They are also distributing money all around. Today, they carry like, I think, 3,000 t-shirts right here to Duporo Market with money and rice. They are doing that all over. They are carrying those t-shirts and money in the communities. Like somebody said last night, take the money, eat it. Now your money, they bring it to you. But to coerce civil servants to go to your rally is totally wrong. The second thing is for anyone to be thinking that because you are coercing people and people should come to your rally, therefore you can use that to rig election. You must be a complete joker, a total joker. You tamper with the election, you tamper with the security of the country, you tamper with the nation state, and you are tampering with everything. Nobody has the audacity, nobody has the capacity to even think that you will do anything funny with the coming election. We will watch that election just as we watched the 2020 senatorial election. So be passing around dividing money all over the place and thinking you will go give people money, people come there, then you rig election. I know people personally. I was just with this evening. They called them to get their beret, to get their t-shirts with $20. They are dividing the all, and the people will take the money. The people going to take the money. Civil servants will not vote for you. You lied to them for 5 years. So that thinking that you want rig election, you want to do this one, you must think what happened behind. It appears to me that these seditions, they don't learn history or they've not read history. You know, there was this question they asked one of the diplomats about another country's leader. They asked the guy if you were to recommend a book for this leader to read, what would you recommend? And the guy said, you know, I cannot recommend to this person which book to read, but probably the person should start reading history books. And I'll do that recommendation to the seditions, and particularly the government. You need to start reading the history books. You need to go back and take the history of this country and read it, learn it, and digest it. Because when you read the history, you learn it good, you digest it, you understand it, and you know the implications that comes with rigging election. You will take 1 million steps backward and allow the process to flow very freely. We're not going to be depending on international community to say, y'all can't, the people rig election or y'all can't put sanction on them. Nobody is depending on any sanction thing. We're not going to be crying to America to do sanction thing. The fact that you think you can initiate violence, the people of this country will stand up to you. The people of Liberia will stand up to anybody. When you even think about rigging election, Thunderfire will strike you. The Nigerian men will say, you can suffer people here for 5 years. You get up, you go lie instead of the nation address. You say they know that more than 15,000 civil servants are making less than $40 in the country. Only in election year, you got to realize it when it is your harmonization, your field harmonization scheme that brought the people low to that level. Then you thinking you can bribe people to go to stadium. Then you rig election in October. Try it. Then you will see the other side of everybody. Thank you.
Very strong words there from the former Secretary General of the Unity Party, Mo Ali. Pastor Mo, then Larma, Chupa, then Pia. Daniel Salas is having a Christmas light movement with his internet. I don't know. I hope we can get it sorted out.
First, I want to be grateful to God for this evening, and I want to thank God for each and every one of us on this platform. I want to say good evening to our many viewers there by way of Facebook and YouTube, and to our many listeners there in Radio Land. There's a lot of issues unfolding in Liberia. And Moali, just tell the people, say it's not a threat, it's a warning. Because some of us will be in Liberia. No one group of people have monopoly over violence. You know, a couple of days ago, I watched a tape with the police director threatening people that will cause violence. And my question to the police director is, since the CDC government took over, which political party has been involved in violence? Was it not the CDC? Was it not the CDC? Was it not the CDC that almost killed Talia Ure to put gas on a building at D15 in Logan Town, and they wanted to set it on blaze, and the police officer was there in person of Walter Ray, who was the 105. We watched those things live, and we got all of them on tape. Police were there when stones were being thrown and gasoline was being bought to put on the building, and they damaged the vehicle she was in. So who caused the violence? We also remember Cornelia Krautupa. What happened to her during her campaign? People got missing. People were allegedly killed. And I remember I watched a video with the citizen of New Georgia, Caldwell, intercepted Abraham Robert funeral home that went to bury bodies, not body, bodies. Two of them in one bag, 11 p.m. at night in Caldwell. Then you want to talk about violence? How many manpower do you have? Even the police that you have, they all are not for the CDC. We talk to someone on a regular basis. We help them on a regular basis. Don't depend on them. Even the military, they are not even 2,000. Don't depend on them. The best thing you can hope for and pray for that the election be peaceful, but don't threaten us. Don't threaten us. One of the training issue in Liberia have to do with a huge quantity of drug that was arrested from not ready from the free port, I would say, but there's a group they call THR, the same fishing company group that they smuggled the $100 million worth of drugs. This time around, they smuggle more multi-millions dollars worth of drugs. The government cannot even give the exact worth of dollars they drug worth. They cannot. They stack the drugs in Khartoum. And what we should know, the reason why these drugs pass through where it passed through, it is because the people of District 13 elected a drug dealer called Color Graham. Color Graham. They elected him in District 13. He is the one that is infusing the drugs in Liberia. Who said the people don't know? They know that. But what can we do? Have the president spoken about the drugs that was arrested? In October of last year, he kept quiet because the country has turned into a country of drug smugglers, murderers, and thieves. And if we are serious for Liberia to be liberated, we must put our acts together. It does not matter what kind of party you are for. The thing is, as long as you are not for CDC, you are in opposition, find a side. As long as you are not supporting CDC, you are in opposition, find a side. Let it be one-term vote, and we get them all. I listened to the political leader of the Liberty Party, and her message was the people were misled.
We're coming to that. It'll be part of the conversation. That's why.
Okay. Let me skip that. Last week the internet was hot with the CEO of Spoon. For me, I want you all to know, other people can discuss my candidate. They have to be discussed. Other people can put my candidate picture up. When we get a picture, we got to put it up. And I read in the newspaper that Stanton Waterspoon signed a deal with the George Weah government. And this deal worth $1.2 million that he will use his platform to promote the CDC government. And as I read the story in this newspaper online, Stanton Waterspoon went into Liberia to buy all of the local radio stations. And his plan was to control the media in Liberia to give George Weah a second term. He was successful in buying few. When he made an attempt to go and buy Hot FM, you can call DJ Blue. When he made an attempt to buy Hot FM, the late Daniel Cassell stepped in, and Daniel Cassell offered to buy Hot FM, but with a deal that you will continue to carry on your broadcast, but nobody should pay for advertisement. This is the money. That's how DJ Blue maintained his station. So I see people running on social media, pray for CEO. How can you pray for criminals? Somebody that knowingly, willingly, consciously committed an act of crimes, and you come and say pray for him? We're not going to pray for him. If he knew exactly what he was involved in, and he knew the consequences, and their plan was to destroy Liberia. And right now, as we are going into the election, anybody that you think you will try to destroy Liberia, God will expose you. Because enough is enough. Too many people dying in Liberia. This government is quiet. Too many unlawful issues going on in Liberia. They can't discuss it. But they discuss Yombi Kanga and they discuss or JMB. It is our time to discuss you. We have the photo with you in the orange suit. We'll post it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Pastor. Laramo, let go quickly now. So okay, go down. Tanya, I want your internet okay now, but man, you like Christmas light, but man, you in and out.
But Steven, why are you just laughing?
No, I like how you firing. When you hear a man of God say, we'll engage them, we'll go after them, and then you're happy because you need that kind of energy in battle, especially a political battle where as we go towards October, you're going to need not just prayers, but you're going to need that physical strength in dealing with most of the issues that will evolve. So I just thought that was interesting. Larama.
And Stephen, just to take off from you, even with prayers, there are warriors. That's why in the church they have prayer warriors. So the pastor being on fire, I understand. And he keeps telling the people that he's going to be back in March, which is something that we are looking forward to for all of our people. But it's good to be back. I know I've been away from the platform. I want to say to my many followers and followers of the Class Reloaded that we are back. It's good to be back. I know a lot has been happening. I want to say thank you to Stephen, Cherry Lemick, and the rest of the crew for holding things down. But I've been reading the news, and I saw the warm-up, when the President's State of the Nation, I saw the warm-up. There are quite a few media institutions that went live interviewing ordinary Liberians about what they felt about the state of the nation. And you could see through the expressions, whether it was on the street of Broad Street or Twilight or Nukutai, you could see the anger. You could see the disenchantment. You could see the misreaction of our people. That the last 5 years has been nothing but a wasted 5.5 years. That Weah has performed 3 cardinal functions since he assumed the office of presidency: to dance booga, to lie to the Liberian people, and to make music. And for that, he credits no extension to the office of the presidency. We're very clear that our people are tired. It is time to move our nation forward. And that is why we are involved in this process. And we call on every well-meaning Liberian to get involved. It is not a time to be spectator. Whether you're in the diaspora or you are in Liberia, it is time to make Weah in the CDC spectator in the governance space, because they have, in the first place, made the people themselves spectators in their own economy. But I also thought to touch on the issue of Jetty. I read on the paper that Jetty provided some funding and assistance to a little child that had eye cancer at the GFK. And Jetty has already been, over the last several months, involved in charity distribution of food to impoverished Liberians. I want to extend to this man thank you. I know that it could be part of his corporate social responsibility, but when you have a government that cares very little about health issues confronting the citizens, especially for young people and children, when you have a government that is saddened in a wave of rampant rape all across the country, when you have a government that boasts about building hospital in Babulu, where in terms of population density, it's not even needed there, and major referral hospitals are going on all jobs, and electricity, then you know there is fundamentally something wrong with the direction of our country. But I thought to flag that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Larva. Is Daniel there? I see Daniel on and off. Let me get him quick so that we can handle him. Daniel, you there? Can you hear us, Daniel?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, so before we lose you
I'm
again,
still backstage.
No, you're on set. Before we lose you again, can you quickly do your training issue? Are you hearing me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Stevie, I'm hearing you, but
yeah. So we want you to do your
so
training issue
let me say good
quickly.
evening to
the
distinguished gentleman. Thank you, Stephen. I think from my angle, what is trending across the country the barrage of lies that are contained in the president's annual message. I have had numerous interactions with various radio stations across the country, and the views that have been expressed by Liberians on the various networks are not welcoming. It's very worrisome. For example, people talk about the president boasts that EDC is now stable, and his government can take credit for expanding the electricity grid. I think that statement was very untrue. And on the overall, Liberians' reaction to the president's annual message has been very, very negative for the CDC-led government. And there are many persons who believe that the president's sixth annual message to the legislature was basically a compilation of campaign promises, which in reality have not been fulfilled. For example, the president talked about the civil servant salary, that he's going to increase the salary of some of 15,000 civil servants. There are many persons. I spoke with folks from the Ministry of Information this morning. They've been protesting for.
I want Daniel hearing me. Can you hear me, Daniel?
I'm hearing you, Stephen.
Yeah, we'll come to we just want everybody to be.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Once they're done, then we'll move the conversation to the State of the Nation by the president, and then your party's
Yeah,
response.
so basically, like I said, nothing is trending more across this country now than the things that the president said in his annual message. So I will reserve all comments.
Yeah.
Until we can get ready to delve into the president annual message and the respective response that you are getting from the various political parties in the opposition.
Thank you. Chupo, what's one using Baga quickly? 2 minutes. Then we'll go to PR. Then we'll start the real conversation.
Thank you. It is a good thing being the team again tonight. And though I was a little bit late, but I mean, it's good being here. So, number one trending issue from my end: tons of aggrieved legislatures workers in Bunk are threatened to sue the Bunk County office for what the term as delay in their payment, and of course the refusal of the company to actually live up to its promises during the signing of their contracts. Because according to majority of them, in November of 2022, specifically on the 16th of November of 2022, some of them actually signed that they were actually going to be paid $250 United States dollars. But against what they actually signed for, against what was actually written in the contract sheet, some of them are even are saying that their money is not coming. And then the $250 that was promised by legislature's Bunk County office is even been reduced to $207 United States dollars. So some of them are saying the feelings were actually from it, the lodging and every other things they did, their transportation, their feeding, their lodging, all came from that particular money. But just to the ultimate surprise, more than 4 to 5
Tanya,
months.
can you mute your microphone? I'm having difficulty muting you. Sorry. Okay, good. Go ahead, Tupo.
So more than 4 to 5 months after they have signed the contract, they are yet to receive. Some of them are saying they even turned over the materials to the office after successfully completing their work. But up to press time, they are yet to receive a dime from legislature's Bunk County office against what was reported by the president in his annual message. Majority of the legislature's workers have been settled and 95% of the work been completed. And so some of them are saying if things are not handled from now to maybe the 15th of this month, they are going to take legal action against these legislatures because they said this is a very big scam. You can't have people going to sacrifice their liver. You can't have people putting their all in making sure that the country has the best. And then you can't just live up to your part of the obligation. So majority of them are actually saying it is wrong and they cannot take it anymore. If the government or legislature's Bunk County office cannot live up to this obligation from now to the 15th of this February. Meanwhile, trying to contact Mr. David Goodies, his Bunk County legislature's coordinator. He neither denied nor agreed to the assertion. All he could say was, we have paid the legislature's workers. Again, that statement is an old age talk because majority of the workers came out and said, they did not receive a dime after paying all of after giving all of the materials back to legislatures. They said they did not receive a dime from them. And then legislature's Bunk County coordinator keep on insisting that he has paid some of them. He didn't say, or he said he has paid percentage of some of them money, but majority of them have denied the assertion from Mr. David Goodies. And another trending issue from my end this evening. Former Bunk County Senator Mr. Franklin Obiel-Siakor. He has actually branded the George Weah government as the most corrupt government since the history of Liberia. he said, following the recent report from the Corruption Perception Index, I mean, that placed Liberia to, I don't know, 26. He said that number,
100.
okay, 100. He said that number, okay, 20, yes, 26 over 100. And he said that number is an understatement, because you can have a government that, I mean, majority of the top ranking officials are being sanctioned. You can have government that, I mean, majority of the people in state power are accumulating wealth for themselves. You can have government that people, I mean, prior to their ascendancy had nothing, but following 1 or 2 years in state power, they have actually accumulated wealth in almost all of the 15 counties. And he made mention about the essential Nathaniel McGill. And he said, I mean, prior to McGill ascendancy to that position, he said the man had nothing, like literally nothing. But unlike recent time, following his ascension from the US government, they said, I mean, this man has worked in almost all of the 15 counties. Like Bonk alone, he has about 2 houses, I mean, at 2 separate locations. So Mr. Franklin Obiasako, who is vying for the presidency, also said, it is time that Bonk County citizens and Liberia by extension vote wisely. And of course, I mean, take away those he described as political nightmares over Liberia. He said it's time we get rid of these people and bring, I mean, the right people on board. And he said it's time that people vote wisely. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Pia, you there?
Yeah, they call baby Al Jazeera.
Pia.
Look, what I think is that we got to be sensitive. Normally, that many questions appear. We almost 10. I think there were too much of a talking during the trending issue. For a few questions, not everybody. Larama was on point. Our guest was on point, but I think a lot of people talk so long, Reving and the other people, and I wouldn't do trending issue now, because there's a very hour that I go and pick up my daughter, and so I will really forfeit it, because with so many people on the line, maybe even if you take 1 or 2 trending issues is okay. You don't have to talk 4 or 5 things on trending issue every day consistently. I don't think that's how it should go. So I will deal with only 1 trending issue, not now. Maybe when the show ending, it'll be my closing statement, because I don't want to do anything about it now. I'm about to leave to pick up my daughter, except to just say to Mo Ali, not to even look at his statement. Let them be on the record. If Mr. Weah rigs the election, he'll be chased out of Liberia. We have one established legal means to change government. That's elections. If you compromise that process, other means will be used to deal with you. So if they think they got plans to rig the elections, if they have not read the history, if they don't know what led to the downfall of Doe, and they think that that is an action they intend to take, we dare them. We dare them. When you rig the elections, we chase you out of Liberia. It is so good at international poll, like Mo said, you're not working for international people. No, you can't say that. International poll already started acting. Nigeria having election next month. International poll have already said, all those who stand in the way of the election, this is what they will do to you. They will do the same thing to Liberia. That their action plus ourselves will chase anybody out of that country who dare rig the election. That's all I want to say for now. And whatever I was going to say for training, I'll say in my closing.
Thank you, Pia. So now let's move to our conversation. I think we're just on the hour mark. Philip, and let me say welcome to you again. It's good to have you here. And there's no better way to start this conversation than to first give in a nutshell a summary about what you listen to when you heard Weah speak about the. I know it's long asking you to summarize it. It will be a difficult task, but just what were the takeaways? You know, he spoke for 3 hours and 31 minutes, 66 pages long. Most of the things were repetitive or things taken from previous State of the Nation. Did the president think this was a time to give a historical reflection about all of his achievements in the last 5 years, if there were many, or the State of the Nation should have focused more on from January to December, the pulse of the nation between that period?
Yeah, so that's the thing. It was calculated, right? So if you don't have the accomplishments to show in 2022, then maybe the next logical step is to go as far back as you can to try to catalog things that you have done. I think the government missed an opportunity to be frank with the Liberian people regarding what is occurring in the country. As much as anyone can speak for hours, it doesn't take away from what the average Liberian is experiencing. So if someone who is out of a job, or someone who has difficulty taking their kids to the hospital because of the cost of healthcare, someone who has difficulty getting transported to work because they haven't taken pay for months, someone who has difficulty sending the kids to school, difficulties just going about getting the basic needs. There's no amount of statistics can convince that individual that their experience is non-existent. And I think that's what the government tried to do by speaking in circles, not truly fulfilling the whole purpose of the State of the Nation address, like you stated earlier, to give us a perspective of January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. Give us an understanding of what you did. Now, to the contrary, what we've seen in reality, right, this administration doing is increasing their expenditure on a few, including the president himself. If one looks at the budget for last year versus what's in the president's budget this year, the office of the president had a budget of around $3.4 million, right? That's been pushed up to $5.9 million in this year's budget. So that's well over $2 million that this president's office is taking away from healthcare, from service delivery to the average Liberian. Money that could be used to his reference, to 15,000 civil servants that were underpaid. Why pay yourself, or why give yourself an extra 2 million plus, which is already your 3.4 is already a lot to manage the office. You're getting another 2 million more, and you have civil servants not getting paid. You have people who are underpaid, and so those are some of the issues that the government couldn't really defend, to the Liberian people. How are we making life better for the average Liberian? The price of food, how is that on the market? If you listen to the president's address, he tends to blame the pandemic for some of the issues the government is facing, right? But the pandemic happened in 2020. We've had problems since 2018. So from 2018 to 2020, we still had a myriad of problems in the country that the opposition complained about. You look at the issue of just controlling public finance, which is one of the biggest issues in this government. It doesn't matter how much money you raise in a country if you're overspending in the wrong way, right? So the boast is we've raised government's revenue by this amount. But how is that increase in revenue trickling down to the average Liberian? How is that increase in revenue changing the lifestyle of the average person? How many people did we bring out of poverty because we've increased the revenue? If you look at some of the increase in revenue, it's going to his office, it's going to the offices of a few people in government, it's going to things that don't really yield net benefit to the average Liberian who's experiencing the difficulty. So it's very difficult for them to really show to the Liberian people because there's really nothing to show.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree with you more because when you look at every calendar year has 52 weeks, and if the president alone is taking 8 of those 52 weeks just on a single trip, you can rest assured how many other weeks left in the calendar year to really achieve anything. Now, this is just one trip, 8 weeks in one trip. So if you collate all of the trips the president made within just last year alone, you will realize that the president stayed out of the country for more than 10, 15 weeks out of 52 weeks. So, and most of those trips were useless trips. You know, they didn't bring any net benefit to the country. And so I'm not surprised that they had to write the speech in ways that it goes beyond just last year, because and another thing you talk about, Philip, is the issue of his budget increment. And if you notice, they've not been able to pay social development fund and county development funds to do counties. And so that funding, that money for this administration is more like a Gorbachev money. I'll put it in the Liberian term. It's a Gorbachev money, because since they're cutting social development and county development funds from those counties, it gives the president more spending money, so that instead of it being like the legislature or the government is approving project to these counties, it now appears like it's a we are project.
Correct.
So that's why the president goes in the interior, he builds this thing, and he puts his picture on it, name on it, because in technical terms, that money should be allotted to the counties in the budget already, but they are funneling it to the president's office, so that it gives him that clout with the intent of winning votes. But that's a good point to look at. Let me come to you, Mame. And I follow you on social media. Talk about this speech. What particular area of the speech did you take interest in, and why?
Before going to the speech, briefly on the thing about rigging election, just 1 minute on that. I think the opposition has a stronger role or a more critical role to play than just announcing about what might happen. You see, when elections are rigged, or when there are attempts to rig election, and those attempts are not investigated and adjudicated, then it serves the basis for another attempt. During the election of Senator DeLong, the May 10 election, we saw people on TV arrested with thousands of ballot papers. The Spoon Network reported them. They took them to the police station. I watched that video. They were arrested in the Sincor area with thousands of ballots, some of them pre-marked ballots. What was the outcome of that case? Where did they get those ballot papers from? Who gave it to them? If we're going to establish that, then we're able to put up a strong position about fraud and how to prevent fraud in the coming election. If we allow that to slide, only because finally DeLong won, other people won as we wished and we campaigned for, then we're not doing ourselves any good. We should follow that case. Who were those people? Who gave them those ballot papers? Where they took it from? Once we can establish that chain, then we're able to prevent the one that will come in the future. So it's just a note that we need to pay keen attention to. Go back to the first attempt to rig the election and find the actors involved. If the law requires, penalize them, and then we keep eyes on the other people who want to do it. But to just leave that is not a good sign. Regarding the president's speech, to be honest, I've not listened to it. I've not read it. That just being honest. I saw excerpt of the president's speech that a friend sent to me when he tried to blame, and not only a friend sent to me, but people tried to celebrate on Facebook. I saw ministers posting that he inherited a government that was already set up for failure. It was already in that, I think he said economic something. Can't remember the exact word he used, but he said we're already set up for failure. Now, if you do that, what you do is when you're talking to reasonable people, and even the diplomatic officials that were sitting there, they tend to see you being more stupid and irrational than trying to put up a defense for your failure. Because after we are took over, I think 6 months after January, February, March, April, around 4 or 5 months after, he developed and launched a development agenda, the Pro-Poor agenda for prosperity and development. That development agenda was informed by what we are inherited. That is the reason why every government is encouraged to launch a development agenda outside of their political platform, because the platform is made without a real assessment of the real issues in the government. So you run with your political platform during the campaign, but that platform doesn't assess the reality of governance. So that's why when you are elected president, you put the platform aside, not abandoning it, but you have it with all the information available to you. You check the financials, you check the different status of all the different institutions, and based on what you see, you develop your development agenda and make projections on job, food security, on economic growth, and all the different things that you feel are most important to you based on your political platform. So we did that. He assessed the government after 6 months in power, developed a development agenda and promised over 100,000 jobs based on what he saw. He promised jobs. He promised to reduce poverty. He promised to make the country self-sufficient in food production in 3 years based on what he saw. Then after 5 years of failure, you come back and say, oh, we inherited a country that was already set up for failure. How dare you inherit a country already set up for failure, and you promising food security in 3 years, and you promising over 100,000 jobs, and you promising reducing poverty but on a marginal number? Who does that? The reality is he did not inherit a country that was set up for failure. He inherited a challenged country, a post-war country challenged with both financial, human, and other resources, but he decided to ignore those responsibilities. He decided to ignore those challenges and put onto himself a responsibility to live a fabulous lifestyle and improve the lives of people around him. So it doesn't make sense to come back to us after 5 years and tell us that you inherited a country that was set up for failure, when in fact you assess this country and you promise us things that you will have developed.
Thank you.
Things that you have improved. It
Thank
doesn't
you.
make sense.
Thank you. But and let me come to Tanya. But before everybody, the typical Liberian knows the kind of Liberia we are inheriting. The typical Liberian knows, because the way you see all of these theoretical assessment about the economy from the standpoint of an economist is more for the academicians. It's more for the high level conversation. When you talk about inflation, when you talk about expansion of the economy, when you talk about the macroeconomic stability, the fundamentals of the economy are strong. Those are theoretical explanation for people at the high level. The ordinary man measure the strength on the economy based on reality, the prices of goods, especially in essential. How much I bought rice in 2017, how much for rice in 2022. That's the kind of basic mathematics they do, because the reason they do that is they're measuring the impact it has on the pocket. They're not looking at your macroeconomic stability fundamental. If a gallon of gas was sold for $50 last week, he comes to buy $55. He knows times are hard. No amount of theory can explain that to him. And so that's just the reality, that if you think you're talking all your theory, one cup of bread was $70 last week and $200 this week, your fundamentals weak. Correct. So in theoretical terms, when you look at the global picture, you see that macroeconomic stability is on course, but the practical reality in the pockets of people, they're feeling it. And we see that even here in America, when they talk about all these numbers, all these issues, people measure it on the price of a gallon of milk, on the price of a gallon of gas. Those are basic measurement people use to know the fundamentals of the economy, whether it is strong or not. So yeah, so Daniel, let me come to you then. The panelists will ask few questions or they'll make comments each, and then we'll continue the comment. But Daniel, let me come to you. You follow the president conversation, and then you guys did a very strong rebuttal that I watched. Some of the things you guys talk about was that we all know we are lie. I said somewhere 83% of the speech was all lies. There were 9% of that speech that focused on what we intend to do. So it was more intent futuristic. And then the 8% was the achievement. Based on the hard assessment done by NIMO, we know that out of 294 promises that we have made, only 24 was achieved in 5 years. So 8% of success rate, right? When you see this, when you see we are doing this, when you watch across the city, they're putting poster up, people doing all these things. Do you see a government on a bed of affliction? Or do you see a dying regime, fighting on life support at an abandoned ICU or somewhere? You muted, Daniel.
Thank you, Stephen. I think you laid a very solid premise, which I'd like to build on. The premise go further to say that the government is not just on life support. I think what Mr. Weah and his people have exhibited, what they are now exhibiting, is a tendency of a desperate man who is crying out for a second chance without knowing that the game is over. I mean, fundamentally, I do not believe that Mr. Weah is serious about his re-election bid. But happy is politics. And like Abdullah said, the president did not just fall short of giving the actual economic outlook of the state of the economy of the country. I think what the president did was to cleverly circumvent the reality of the time and try to mesmerize the public. The little bit we all know that there were people who are watching who would not buy into the rhetoric. That's why you witnessed prior to the speech, Mr. Akara's Gray had received $250,000 USD to organize as chairman on executive. What it did was to go into the slum community and pay money to people to come up to cheer Mr. Weah, knowing for the world that the speech will have no substance. So they crowded the place so that he can be consistently interrupted with cheers to make the impression that he's saying something sound. But in actuality, the president said nothing new. For example, the president boasts about the CDC government being the only government that have expanded the economic envelope to $740 million, and that his government takes credit for that. It has never happened in the history of this country. But I take you back to the Sirleaf era. Sirleaf raised the economic envelope to $560 million. When you look at the tangibles that were achieved as a result of budgetary allocation to the various counties or service delivery sector of the country, you will agree with me that the Sirleaf administration achieved more with $560 million than what Mr. Weah has actually achieved with $740 million. Okay? You talk about inflation. And again, that's why the president, repeatedly called Samuel Tuer name, because some of the things that Samuel Tuer put in that speech were actually unwarranted, right? You boast about you reducing inflation to a single digit. Stevie, I tell you what the government has done is they have suppressed all of the allocation made in the budget, the last budget year. All those money did not go to the intended project, and they're going to use that money for campaign. That's why you see they have engaged in the pre-campaign activities. The president talked about they've reduced inflation to a single digit and that the macroeconomic fundamentalism is on course. And I was saying to myself, I said, is this a country that we live in? But the Liberian voters who are listening to this broadcast, the Liberian people who have become the victims of broken promises under George Weah, they know the real Liberia we live in. Because the picture that Mr. Weah printed on our stage that day was absolutely erroneous. It was an attempt to distort the real information because the country we live in is a country wherein few years ago, before Mr. Weah became president, we're buying a bag of 25 kg rice for $13. Today, it is started being sold for $17.50 across the country. I mean, this is more of a price. I'm not talking about in the Leeward area where it would take days and weeks for car to reach, like in the southeastern region, right? So look at a gallon of gasoline, for example. We're buying a gallon of gasoline, $3.50 before Mr. Weah became president. Today, a gallon of gasoline is sold in Monrovia for $5.50. So what is a microeconomic fundamentalism that Mr. Weah boasts about? It was an attempt to distort and mislead the Liberian population. But the people cannot be fooled. Mr. Weah is deceiving himself, because to walk into the election believing that your government has achieved, in spite of the reports coming from independent observers. You mentioned the report from NAMO. Look at the GSC audit report on the civil service salary payment, the harmonization, right? Look at the recent report about corruption. So if you do a sector by sector analysis of the Weah government, I mean, the only place where they have succeeded is to lift themselves out of poverty. Because even the Liberian people, he said he was going to live out of poverty, and they are still being strangulated by poverty. Liberian business people, Mr. Weah said, will no longer be spectators in the economy. All of the road contracts, all of the procurement contracts, everything have been given to foreigners. Mr. Weah has avoided Liberian businesses. He has failed to create jobs. He talked about the young people. Look at the proliferation of Zogos across the country, Stephen. It's getting worrisome. When you go from Monrovia to Buchanan, from Buchanan to Nima, you see the proliferation of new gangs of Zogo every day. What is the Weah government agenda to say, look, we need to find a way forward for these young people that are somehow victims of the damage within the social structure of the country? There's no plan. All we see that have been clouded as administration is structural contradiction. You talk about creating 1 million jobs for the young people. 5 years after you come, you say, oh, I didn't know civil service was making $45, but I will go to increase it to make $150. We're not opposed to people. We're not fundamentally opposed to the increment in the salary of civil servant. That's why we have consistently argued that the government that Mr. Weah inherited did an increment in civil servant salary every budget year. When President Salif assumed the leadership of the country, every budget year, $25 or $30 will be added to civil servant salary. What did Mr. Weah do when he became president? He said, look, the city administration are getting for too much money. We slash the money to accommodate incompetent sedition on the civil servant payroll. What did they do? They blotted the civil servant payroll. They could not pay civil servant salary for months. It became a problem. They had to run to the IMF, take Liberia back to receivership, and they begin to cut the salary of civil servant in the name of harmonization. Today, the Weah government knows very well the first group of people that will form the long queues across the polling places in this country to vote against them are the civil servant. So they're now trying to play politics to say, oh, I didn't know I'm making $45, so I will raise the money here. And I listened to one of the spokesperson of the government yesterday on OKFM talking about, oh, we increase it. The folks at the Ministry of Information have been protesting. Some of them make, as low as $45. The government are threatening to dismiss some of them. Okay? Today, Mr. Weah want to politicize the salary of civil servant. Again, like other people say, the people are not stupid. There's no time to waste in this country. Liberia is the only country that is challenged in every sector. Look at the service delivery center that he talked about. Try to mesmerize it. All of the service center that the city administration set up across the country are currently dysfunctional. People now have to come back into the city center to get driver lessons, to get national ID card. Everything is dysfunctional. You boast of expanding the economic envelope, but you cannot even pay content and social development fund to the company, to the various counties administration. Let's forget about content development fund, Stephen. Let me conclude. Let's talk about content development fund. The social development fund that Basso, BUM, and the NIMA supposed to benefit from ArcelorMittal. 5 years down, the government cannot pay that money. The company is paying. What do they do with the money? Divert the money. Or budget spending. So It's a picture of a man. They say a drowning man can hang on a straw. So Mr. Weah is I mean, he's deceiving himself to believe that his speech he read yesterday formed the basis of the campaign promises. That's why he was not even too sure that he's even going to go to the election. You saw when he talked about our country have villages. He was not as optimistic as President said he was in 2011 when she declared that I will be a formidable candidate, counting on the gains of our administration. This man is somebody who has deceived the population. All of the promises you made, you could not fulfill a single thing in 5 years. And you come and say, oh, I inherited a government that was doomed for failure. Doomed for failure? When you're buying a private jet for yourself?
They man, they're plenty talking better. You start me. But let quickly, Stevie, let me ask the man.
Yeah, I'll come to you, Pierre. Go ahead.
Yeah, since they are the guests, it's surprising that nobody is here from the UP, and this is where I can get loose in, and sometimes they'll say Pierre a little bit radical.
More substitute.
Your former ruling.
Yeah, I'm here.
You representing UP?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not representing UP.
No, they are simple when they bang out a muyu, so they put a broad blue away.
But I'm not saying the party, man.
Now from there, then they put a broad blue away.
No, yeah, you're right. They should be here to talk about that.
But Daniel, quickly, two things. The first one is when I can be asking you question, you black your face.
But you can ask Phil. You can ask Phil like the party man too.
All right, yeah. But for both of you, Phil, Daniel, two things. I heard Daniel talking about the Zogo situation. That's what I mentioned his name. And even though I didn't listen to the president's message, because like I said on the show the last time, I had no interest because somebody who doesn't read well, struggling, and you go tell you to read for 3 hours, a waste of time. I couldn't have wasted my time doing that. But somebody said, he said they got 7 rehabilitation centers across the country for Zogo. And you just said nothing has been done about the Zogo situation. Is it not true that they built 7 rehabilitation centers? And then the second thing I want to say that you guys can just think about, all these reactions to State of the Union address, they are good. But I think, in my opinion, effort should be made for it to be a mixture of stand-up presentation and maybe storytelling, example of other things that can bring it down to the level of the ordinary people who may not easily follow all that stand-up thing you're saying. Even in the great America we have, when the people responding to State of the Union address here, they will tell your story, that will just tie into a real left situation that would make even a man in the bush to understand. So when you people are really soft talking about maternal mortality is at this rate and blah, 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 the ordinary people will not understand that. But if you just told a story to say, years ago, when people born their children there, they go in the hospital to deliver, the rate at which people will die, I mean, it was almost non-existent. Nowadays, when you get 500 women to the hospital to deliver, 400 will die. That kind of messaging, somebody will understand more than you to even your statistics about maternal mortality and all those kinds of stuff. What do you guys think about that? Because you guys are insiders, I'm sure you play some role in crafting these responses. Isn't that something that you got to be thinking, even though we are almost gone, but going forward, isn't that a way to go than just writing stand-up things, standing behind some platform and just reading it that the real people, the people who are going to go out there in the number of voting may not even understand what you're saying. That's my concern, and before you can address it.
And before you go, let me just add to Pierre quickly in 10 seconds. And if you follow the U.S. politics, many of you heard about the story of Joe the Plumber. Joe the Plumber was an American guy who was a plumber who represented the struggling middle class, the struggling family. So his story resonated because a lot of Americans could relate. In Liberia, we need to find our own, maybe Ma Hawa, the market woman, Ma Marie, the tailor, the seamstress, that kind of story where it tells the full story of the country, because you're bringing into these speeches real life, real world situations rather than just all these statistics. Our people after 5-10 minutes, they're done with you, but what would resonate more would be these storytelling, these anecdotal evidence to prove that there are actually people who are revealing these things. So Phil, you can go then, Daniel, then the rest of the guys can ask.
Yeah, I think to Pierre's point, I think that's a valid point, and I think some of what Senator Lawrence tried to do in his speech is exactly that. I think that that's an opportunity for all of us to continually improve, right? To message accordingly. But I think she did most of that. If you look at some of what she mentioned around safety and security, I think she was specific to issues in the country, where the administration has failed to investigate the deaths of people. They've committed to setting up committees and investigations that have gone nowhere. I think she listed specific examples in there, and I think those are some of the things that Pierre is alluding to.
So you will give both of you will answer the question, but I just thought to hold you there small.
Okay.
Because we have the Secretary General of the Student Unification Party on the line.
Okay.
They also issued an official response to the President's State of the Union address. And since today's show is just to gauge, the thoughts, some explanation from all those who issued responses, we thought to hear from the boys from SUP too. So the Secretary General of the party is on the line. Yusuf, how are you?
I'm faring well, Reverend Pierre, and I want to say thanks for the opportunity, you and the entire Class Reloaded family. And I would also like to use this time to extend our profound of greetings to the masses of the Liberian people and the many things and cadres of the Student Unification Party, most significantly the chairman of the All Powerful Student Unification Party. Yes, it is a pleasure being here, and I do hope that we can have a very fascinating show.
So the president delivered his final State of the Union address for this term. And my understanding is that the Student Unification Party issued a response to the address. A lot of people may not have listened to you. In summary, what did you say about the president's address?
Yeah, so on the 30th of this month.
And please talk a little bit louder. I don't know why you sound a little bit low. Just because.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm much better.
Yeah, much better. Just keep it at that pace.
Okay. On the 30th of this, last month, Mr. We have issued its last constitutional SONA as per the constitution of our country. It's 6-year tenure SONA. The last one was delivered this morning. And as a revolutionary institution that has been very, 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 very tough and rigid on the regime since the inception of this regime, and we thought it was to sharply respond to the president's statement that was saturated with lies, falsehood, and mendacity. Now, very, 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 very inaccurate. In fact, the entire SONA of the president was a political speech that was all meant to declare a second term bid at the national legislature, something that is very unfortunate on the side of the leadership of the legislature of this country. So initially we decided to respond on the same day because our secretary has been very, very robust, and we've been very, very, very much engaged in terms of doing frantic research to get empirical data and scientific information regarding the state of affairs of the Republic for the last 5 years. And the elements within the voting clique, they play a very smart game in that they calculated that we have responded on the same day, and the message of the president, though the message was the one that did not resonate amongst the suffering mass of our people, but they thought it was if the president speaks for long, and he ends up around 7-8 Liberian time. No one have the balls or no one have the courage to respond to the president at that time. Nobody wants to listen to anybody. So as a robust revolutionary movement, we decided to be the first group of people respond to which we did yesterday. So yesterday we dealt with 4 thematic areas, 4 major areas in the president's speech. To begin with the issue of the economy. Mr. Weah told the Liberian people that upon the inception of the regime in 2018, he met inflation at 30%, something that is very fallacious, something that is a blatant lie. Mr. Weah met the inflation of the economy at 12%. and it is because of the inability and the administrative inadequacy of the 12 to have managed the affairs of the Liberian economy that made our inflation to move from 12% to 31%. That was in 2019 before the intervention of the IMF. And the president argues that we have a stable rate, and we just laugh. There's no way, because macroeconomic stability is determined by three major indicators, and these three indicators work intertwined and interdependently. That is inflation, GDP, and that of unemployment. So if you want to deal with the economic woes in the economy that is in a kind of spiral condition like ours, it means that a frantic effort needs to be paid to the issue of the economy. You cannot deal with inflation, inflation doesn't reflect the prices of commodities on the Liberian market. How you argue that inflation was at 31%, it is currently in a single digit. He argues that it is at 7%. No, Mr. We are large. The GDP, the inflation of the country is 6 at 8% currently as we speak. And the GDP of the country, Mr. We are inherited a GDP of 3.26 billion. The GDP of the country is currently estimated to be around 3 billion. And something that Mr. Weir doesn't understand, because he argued in his speech that the Liberian economy is an exceptional economy in the sub-region of West Africa. So if you're saying that our economy is an exception in the sub-region of West Africa, it means that the economy is on par. And on the front of unemployment, you have them able to decisively deal with the issue of creating more jobs, opportunity for your people. How come a macroeconomic stable economy cannot generate jobs for the people of this country for the last 5 years? How can you say your economy is balanced and stable? Over the last 5 years, you have not been able to attract a single foreign direct investment in the country. How can you say your economy is stable, Mr. Weir? Over the years, you took unemployment. Unemployment is skyrocketing. It's skyrocketing. You promised us in your PADP, the Protocol Agenda for Prosperity and Development, the transformative agenda introduced by the regime in 2018. As a working tool for social transformation in Liberia, you told us that you have alleviated 1 million persons out of poverty in your 6-year time. In 6-year time, as we speak, the issue of unemployment is a social woe that the mass of the Liberian people are faced with. It has, the society has degenerated. Everywhere in Liberia, there's a discontent. Everywhere in Liberia, you see frustration on the face of the people. Everywhere in Liberia, you see the economy is hard. The economy, everybody knows how Liberia is hard. Hardship has eaten all fabrics of the society. The people cannot make sure that children are in school. So on the economy, that was what we have to say. And also, the president argued that when they took over, because of the past regime, how come up to today's day, in your 6 years, in office, the president still playing the blame game, casting blame on the past leadership. From the day Mr. Weir took over in this country, you have had the understanding that you were elected on the basis of everything that went on wrong in the last regime, and the people saw that to be an alternative to have started with. They saw you as that man who come and usher them into a new paradigm to create prosperity for them, to carry them to a burial ground, and a burial ground that offers them opportunities so that they can be able to live a decent existence. But up to today's day, Mr. Weir still plays a playing game, arguing that the last regime created condition this, XYZ condition that. So on the issue of the economy to fly back, the regime has failed massively. As the PADP that is the national instrument for social transformation in this country cannot account for one job creation that they have created, only to tell us that they made 7 million, which they brought it took around 300 million. It was only advancement of the IMF that they decided to do reshaping the water. Even the harmonization that they carried on, the harmonization was not scientific. It was not genuine. You saw the recent statement from the GSC arguing that there is still disparity in salary and wages in Liberia, especially in civil service. So you cannot be arguing on this front that we have an economy that is stable. You cannot account for job creation. The gold change once you $5 on the Liberian market. $5 on the Liberian market is around $750. It cannot afford to buy more than 2 commodities on the Liberian market.
Okay, just let me hold you there briefly, guys. We got our guests here. We'll not keep using long. Is there anything specific?
Yeah, I have a question, Pierre.
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things this government has prided itself in is talk about the free university education. Every time you hear them talk, is one of the things they boast about. And since Jusu is at the university, is this policy actually being felt? Is this something that the university students are themselves proud of? Can university students say this is one of the best things that's ever happened for the university?
You know, I said something the last time, and I want to repeat. It's one of the worst things that ever happened to our country in our lifetime is to have a president who doesn't understand what he reads. Anything that is thrown at him, he just do it, he just read it and what I do. There's a situation. You cannot argue.
Hello?
You cannot argue the issue of free tuition at a state-run university to be a miracle that has solved the problems that confront the university. Tertiary education or education in whatever context should go with premium, should go with emphasis, and education should be one of quality, not quantity. So you have introduced the free tuition at the University of Liberia. Granted, while the problems that the university is suffering, the current since the introduction of free tuition at the state university, we can say this here emphatically clear. And here's the fact: the university is not dilapidating condition. The university is very deplorable. The students of the university do not have access to running water, they do not have access to internet service, they do not have access to electricity on the university campus. Students who pay for the running of tests and issue of almost everything on the university campus that was a responsibility of the administration to the students of the university has now become a problem that the students need to solve themselves. So you cannot be arguing education is the only commodity that is not subject to the law of diminishing marginal return. Education is the permanent inelastic commodity. It only appreciates. Education doesn't depreciate. So you arguing that, okay, for the opening university has over 22,000 students. Go to biology, go to the science college, go to the biology department. Students don't have access to a befitting, well-organized biology lab. They don't have access to physics lab. They don't have access to chemistry lab. Where in the world, in contemporary world, people do read raw sciences without having access to befitting laboratories to carry on experimentation. You cannot just read theories. You cannot just give theories to the university students. It's very disingenuous. So you cannot be arguing. And then also argue on the other side of in secondary education that you have made sure they pay wise fees. You pay wise fees, what they can put back in secondary education in Liberia. Since we have to go in a wise examination, that has been producing massive failure. So you pay people wise fees. They're going to school. They don't have access to good books in the libraries. People don't have access to materials and facilities needed to complement that education level. So why make you think that because you took the credit of paying WASP, it means that the students are automatically they are bringing people again without the issue of
okay, Jusu, your answer is clear. In other words, I'm coming. In other words, the president's intervention has not helped the quality of the education. In other words, it has even diminished. And so that kind of intervention, as far as what the purpose and goal of educating people is of no magnitude. Maybe you got numbers in terms of enrollment, but numbers that you're imparting zero knowledge to. They come back outside, bear the name of university graduates, but they are a representation of disaster. Yes, anybody else got a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Larman.
Mr. SG, thank you and welcome.
Just so you're hearing it, right?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, go ahead.
Welcome. So, there's a common saying that free education is synonymous to free of education. And since the inception of this government, you realize that most of what the CDC have done has been on trial and error. All right. We take note of the protest that led to the decision of the free education on the university campus. And then the president now moved on to paying WAEC fees or WACS fees. You realize that the trend over time has been more like this government policy of heavy lifting, taking the burdens of the citizens and putting it upon the government. And the central role of government is to empower the citizens to empower themselves as opposed to the government doing everything for the citizen. What would you say as a leader of one of the biggest student movement will be a right kind of trajectory for the university moving forward beyond this government? That could be a policy that will put into place that will restore the dignity of the University of Liberia, the students of the University of Liberia, and to make the university rated and ranked among top universities within our region.
Thank you very much for that brilliant question. In some part of 2019, we took a decision, a very, very decisive decision. We did a feasibility study of everything the university needed to run and operate smoothly, ensuring that facilities are available to the disposal of students and ensuring that the students get the best and quality of education from the state-run university. And we argued, and we did a submission of that document to the national legislature. We argued that the university needed around 29 to 30 million annually for operation that will help the university to improve its material condition, because currently as it stands, the free tuition they've introduced at the state-run university, you do not have facilities to accommodate the university students. You have 22,000 students at the state-run university, and people fight for classes at the state-run university, people fight for chair. People do not have access to the basic necessities that are needed on university campus to complement the endeavor of people getting education. So that document is still with the Liberian Senate. They've done nothing to that effect. And if you ask me today, I will still say that that document needs to be, attention needs to be paid to that document. That document needs to be worked on. The government should read and understand the recommendation that we made in that document. And it's there. So the university doesn't need free tuition. In that 29 million or 30 million, I would argue, we even talk of the government giving student loan so that the students go to university after that university studies. A government that is in power is a very serious one that wants to deal with the issue of empowering young people. And university students at junior and senior level will be having access to internship. And those that want internship and do better upon that graduation from the state-run university, they go and do job. The government gave them job. They can be working and be paying whatever liabilities they owe the university. That's been our argument. So they said that's going on in the university campus and making a politically motivated statement in the name of helping to alleviate some of the problems in university students going to go. The president did not do a feasible study, did not do a scientific and well-comprehensive study of the free tuition pronouncement that he made on the 22nd of October 2018 at the State-run University. That pronouncement was made in protestation or in counter to the student unification action or party action against the government. And because when we have to go up, we're the first batch of people to take on we have to declare access in 2018. And that made us to even proper the independence celebration of 26 2018. And we put the president's feet to fire until it was after the independence celebration of 2026 on the 27th that Mr. William made no asset declaration in a one sentence document that was published across the country. So the president went, there was the elements that people that argue that one of the best way to kind of demobilize and kill the morale of the Student Unification Party as a proposed group that have taken a regime on in this early stage. It is simple. We have scholarship scheme on the university campus. They should take the scholarship scheme from us by introducing free tuition. That is the only way we now have student support, or students will not be solidarity about endeavors on campus of agitation and advocacy against misrule and bad governance. So the president went and made our statement up to today's day of submission of a document to the Liberian Senate to pass that particular policy into law. They call the university president to go and make known the position of the university. They call Mr. Tue as a finance minister to go and tell us where this process, the source of funding for this law when it is enacted. He has not gone to the Liberian Senate to say anything. He hasn't gone there. That tells you that the case study was not done. It was not scientific, and it was just a knee-jerk policy that was made on impulse and emotion in counter to a student grouping that Mr. Weah saw as a threat.
All right. So anybody with any other final things, so Jusu can go because we have guests in studio. Jusu have been on. You made some very excellent point. So any final question, Daniel Sando?
When you listen to Jusu, you get hope for the country, man.
Yeah. He's a smart kid.
He's a
Daniel
brilliant young
Sando,
man.
you got a question?
Phil, you muted.
Daniel, you muted. Unmute.
There you go. Yeah, no, I don't have a question. I just appreciate the share. I think he spoke to the issues. Obviously, he's passionate about what's happening because he's living it. So I think it's really good and encouraging to hear what he just shared. And it also ties in with some of what we stated earlier about the promises that are being made this year in election year, that the State of the Nation address was more election centric than actually giving the actual state of the union, right? So I think that's exactly what he said. The promises about tuition, everything is bent towards positioning this government as a government of progress, when in reality, things have not been so.
Daniel, you have something to say?
I just wanted to add that I think the young man spoke very well. When we on the national scene are pushing the government, I think we have the folks from the Student Unification Party who have always served as a buttresser to the advocacy for the emancipation of the masses of our people. So I think Soup takes credit for being the first group of people. When the 2017 election was concluded, Soup was the first to begin to raise some of the hard questions that we're raising today. So the government has tried, and I agree with Jusu. That the free tuition policy was a knee-jerk tactics to silence the Student Unification Party, because the government was of the belief that SUP was in the basis of advocating for scholarship for the student, and that was the basis of their strength. So the area environment said, we are alone. If you can have a free tuition policy, you break SUP wing. But guess what? Senator Lawrence wrote the plenary Liberian Senate, requesting them to invite the university administration to ask them what is your feedback on the free tuition policy. And guess what? They came over there and said the free tuition policy is hampering the growth of the university, because they were depending on, the university have been depending on the money collected for the student for registration fees to run the day-to-day affairs of the administration. But since the president declared the free tuition policy, the university administration is without any means to generate money. At some point, the university bathroom was dilapidated, were closed, were shut down, and everything. Okay, so the policy was not any kind of well thought out agenda. It was just a reaction to, a tactics to study the student policies in the university campus, which didn't work. And I think it needs to be revisited. Before some of the policies are instituted, they have to be revisited, because the government capacity is the government of Liberia willing to fully fund the operation of the university? No, they cannot do so. How does the university survive? It's a problem.
Okay, Jusu, Jupor, a young man, you having a great privilege on this platform by interacting with people from all walks of life. A fellow student like you, even though you are high school level, he's at a university. Anything you want to say or question before he leaves?
I just want to acknowledge the fact that, this free tuition stuff, or this free tuition scheme on the George Weah government, it is actually a scam. And you believe that for the issue of WASH, that which I'm due to do this year, the issue of WASH, you observe that the failure rate in Liberia nowadays, since President Weah said he's going to be paying the fees of students, you observe that. The failure rate in this country, the rate has increased, even by far more than what was actually happening in previous time. And during the time of former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, though I was not that big, but I actually know that people used to do this white stuff, and the number that used to come out, that people actually were successful, it was actually huge, more than people who actually needed to do this setup. So I just acknowledge the fact is that I mean, the failure rate under this administration is actually higher than any other thing. So I actually acknowledge.
Okay, so Jusu, it was good having you on. Any final words before we leave you? Oh boy, we want to ask him. Okay, you can what? I mean, your final words, Jusu.
And thank you again, Veteran Pia, and to the rest of your panelists. And Mr. We are at the final moment of his speech. We want to declare that the state of affairs of the Liberian society is a one that is in glory.
Hello.
Prosperity is the one that has created. Yeah, you getting me?
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
And he said in October, he will be going back to the masses of the Liberian people to ask them for a second term mandate. And this is why we have got to say to Mr. We are in a very robust tune. The masses who you have entrapped in poverty for the last 5 to 6 years, keeping them in a state of immobility, with no empowerment, with no social development to young people, a whole generation of young people who are going to the and post-post. These are the people who are waiting for you at the ballot in October this year. The masses in West Point who live in Santa Town, who out of other pretense will go on to build a mini football stadium here, or a very, very, very Santa Town in Vancouver in Nature Reserve. These people who have lived hunger, who have lived poverty for the last 5 to 6 years on your ring. These people who said that you have created job opportunity for them. The media at the barricade in October. The young people in this country and parents who have been victims of mysterious death and secret killings, who have lost their children into these situations. The likes of Princess Copo, the 4 auditors. These people are waiting for you at the ballot box in October. The people on the rural side of the country who you have isolated for social development, who in a broad daylight they witness you and your cabal of thieves and career scoundrels rise to glory. People are living in the apostasis of grandeur. People are living the most fashionable lifestyle while they are made to live in misery and agony on a daily basis. These are the people that will await now, that are awaiting at the ballot box in October. The masses in this country who out of insecurity, you've told them that you cannot provide security for. You've argued that they should go and buy CCTV to protect themselves. The people who have witnessed you, your government see Transparency International report on the board. You met at 130 when we have to go up. 130, see what we said today. See what we said today. Mr. Weah has failed massively on the front of education, on the front of agriculture. You argue, say you count a matter of Popo. Every Popo region that we have read about in history, they've taken serious and keen interest in agriculture. He has not been able to allot more than 2% of the national budget to agriculture. The Ministry of Agriculture, what he allot to them is for salary. And even the salary doesn't even go on time. It doesn't go on time. So it has been a very good time here.
Okay, so I lost Jusu there, but
very interesting young man.
What a presentation by the Secretary General of the Vanguard Student Unification Party. It was good to have you on the line. And we brought Jusu on because like the Liberty Party, like the Unity Party, like the ANC, the Vanguard Party issue a formal response to the president's annual message. So we thought to also listen to them. And the last point he made about we are declaring, Stephen, that October he's going to be on the ballot. Where's Louis Brown? Because the most powerful speech in history from Louis Brown about no president in the history of our country has desecrated the sanctity and this of government, except for Kennedy President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And the only crime she committed was to announce during the similar annual message that she will be a candidate and she will be a formidable candidate. And Comrade Brown descended on Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Didn't he hear we are?
Louis Brown disappeared since the retire suffering march.
Tell the money lost him retire and America.
Since that 70 kid disappear, Louis Brown disappear as well.
But let me know. Okay. Let me come to Phil back because we are at him. But,
Phil, you just go back to him.
Yeah, so Phil, let me come back. One of the things and Jupor talk about it. Just talk about Jupor talk about it also. The issue of free education. One of the reasons why premier institutions in America like Harvard, like Yale, like Cornell, they are priced or they are valued at that level is the premium they place on education, the cost. Quality. Because they believe that if you spend this much to acquire this kind of education, the value you attach to it. This is why people go places and they're proud to say I'm from this school, because the value it places on the quality of the education you acquire and how much it costs you to obtain that education. Now, the counter argument to free education in most places, especially like Bureau, for example, is if I'm in 12th grade and I took the WAS this year and fail, right? I wait for next year, the government still going to pay because I come back and do research, or the government still going to pay, right? The incentive for me to study is not attached to the tuition or to the payment by the government or the tuition at LU. If I took a semester course at LU and fail, the following semester, I repeat the course, the government still pay because it's tuition free. I had thought the government would have attached an incentive to say, if you want free education, your GPA must be 3 points. For you to qualify for the free tuition scheme, your GPA must be 3 points. That way, it forces our students to study, because you want to get free tuition, now you're forced to get that grade point. And for you to maintain it, it has to be. So when you listen to the Secretary General to speak and you listen to Jupor talk about he's been a 12th grader and we have him on this show, to have to guide him and push him in other areas. What do you have to say about that, Phil?
Well, I think personally, government policies should be based on the needs of the people, and that can only be effective if you have researched the issues. And I think the SUP SG mentioned that the students had made some recommendations to the government. So you want to be able to understand, the situation well enough to apply that solution. Because every solution may not be the right solution, even if you're throwing money at it, right? So you give example for the U.S. The U.S. does offer some free education, but you got to fit certain criteria, right? That's unique to the U.S. So even if the government wanted to do something to that effect in Liberia, that policy has to conform to what is needed in that country. So whatever the requirements could be, whether it's GPA, whether it's a needs a basis, I think you get the right people in to understand how to help that problem. I personally don't believe just throwing money at a problem is the solution if you're throwing the wrong solutions at a problem. So that's my perspective. But one of the other things that I want to kind of shed light on is the issue of what the president had mentioned about paying. He referenced it a couple of times, paying back the central bank, the loans and stuff of that nature. And I think what he skimmed across, and I think Senator Lawrence mentioned in her statement, is the amount of debt that this government has accumulated in so short a time. So from when the government took over to now, the we administration has accumulated over $1 billion with a B, $1 billion worth of debt. All right, that's within a span of 5 years. And if you look at everything we've done in Liberia there's no time in our history we were able to accumulate this kind of debt in a short period of time. What that means for a lot of us, sometimes people hear $1 billion, you got to put it in context, right? So if we were paying that money back, which we have to service the debt every year. I think he mentioned that in the statement. So assuming even if you're paying $30 million every year, right? It'll take you 30 plus years to pay back the $1 billion that he has accrued in 5 years. It's going to take you at least 30 years to pay if you're paying consistently. The question is, what is that $1 billion doing, that would turn itself into a multiplier effect for the people of Liberia? Most countries would take loan to invest in infrastructure because the level of infrastructure will be able to, turn into some kind of financial gain or net benefit to the country. That's not the case. We have no clue on what that $1 billion has done because we've already taken the billion. It's not money that the government has now that they're going to invest. We've abused $1 billion since the government took over, and we got very little to show for it. I gave you a couple examples of countries, that have taken loans. So, a lot of people have heard Rwanda, as one of the countries that people highlight. So they also have they're in the process of taking $1 billion loan to support their infrastructure development, investing in roads. Botswana, another country that's big in terms of development in Africa. They're very low in terms of corruption. Both Botswana and Rwanda are one of the leaders in Africa that are low on the perception index for corruption. They're also taking money, but look at what they're investing in. They're investing in agriculture. They're investing in the mining sector. They're investing in things that would turn that money into something positive for the country long term. I give you one last example, Singapore. This is a country that has no natural resource, right, relative to Liberia. We had their founder, who's passed away a few years ago. When he came on to build Singapore into what it is today, he looked at Singapore as a country without resources and said, where can we invest our money? He invested it in people, right? Their literacy rate is like 99.7%. They invested in the service industry. Today, Singapore is huge on the financial services industry, and that's what's helping to turn their country. They have a workforce that's highly educated, so businesses can go in. They have the infrastructure, electricity, all the basic things that we don't have in our country today is what they put in place so that that infrastructure can be used to build the country. So if we took $1 billion loan that we've already abused, right? We've used it. We have
consumables.
Yeah, we've done nothing. All we've done is we've added that money to the pockets of government officials. We've increased the budget for people who work in the government.
The people are taking loan to pay salary. Can you imagine how stupid that is? You're taking loan to pay salary.
Yeah, exactly.
Why is the economic returns for that?
That's exactly what we're doing. And I think, again, I'll reference Senator Lawrence's speech where she mentioned, because one of the things that he has stated was, inflation. And I think she referenced in her speech that a lot of the loans, have been taken to float this economy, right? Exactly. So we're actually just floating the economy on loans and more loans. And at some point, we will be unable to pay for the things that we need to pay for. The 30 million example that I gave you that's going to be used to service a loan, assuming that's what we're paying. I know we pay a little more than that. But that money could have been used to revamp some of the regional hospitals, right? Now you're going to be paying debt, right? And so on and so forth. So that's something that I think is a big issue for this.
Thank you, Phil. So I'll go this way. I'll go with Pastor Mo, Larama, Ali, and then Mame. So Pastor Mo. You're muted. Can anybody hear him?
No.
He got to go up and come back. He's not really muted, but he gets the system maybe.
Oh, yeah. Apparently, he needs to come back. So, Larama, you go.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask, right? And this either Daniel or Mr. Swag can answer. The president, when it comes to health, the president also talked about the medical doctors, how he increased the salary from $700 to $2,000. And if you go back into times in 2016 to 2018, there was a major recommendation. There was a study conducted first by Yale University that was largely sponsored by the World Health Organization. And in that recommendation, they recommended to the government of Liberia at the time that in order for the citizens to get all of the best, coming out of healthcare delivery system, the ratio for doctors to the citizen, the population should be at least 1 to 1,000 citizens. You realize that if that mathematics was done, you have a single doctor to at least a pool of 5,000 plus doctors in Liberia. As it stands, we have less than 300 doctors across the country. This administration has not done anything to ensuring that we increase that pool of doctors. This administration has only boast of increasing salary, which constitute less than 0.09% of the overall active workforce of our country. What do you make of that in the midst of this election year? Is it a campaign statement from the president? Is it a way to show that he cares about the healthcare delivery system, he cares about health workers, or is just a way of showing that he can use that as a political rhetoric as talking point for his campaign?
Danny, you want to go? I can follow, or I can go. We're not hearing you.
Phil, you can go first. You take the question.
Yeah, so I think it's more of another campaign promise. It's more electioneering because increasing the pay of doctors is always a good thing, right? They're there to help the people get better. The president also referenced, I think, the 2 hospitals that were built. That's also a good thing. But these are the things that we have to step back and look at. Remember that the hospital building doesn't heal people, right? It takes a combination of doctors, medical equipment, and medication. That's what makes the hospital work. So if you don't do the other things, that are needed to bring in more doctors, you don't bring in what it takes to make the hospital buildings effective because they have diagnostic equipment, they have medication to treat the sick, then your healthcare is almost non-existent. Just having a building, if I'm sick and you put me in a building with no doctor, no medicine, no proper equipment, I don't have adequate, the right healthcare. So I think the issue with this administration is most of what they try to do is to show that they're doing the right thing, but they haven't taken the time to study the problems in order to apply the right solution. So you mentioned 300 doctors in Liberia. That's 300 doctors for almost 5 million people. I think the big question for any administration, not just the WIA administration, is how can we increase the number of healthcare professionals relative to the population that we have in the country? And then generate some of those thoughts on how do you make the nursing field attractive? How do you make the healthcare field attractive to doctors and nurses so that they can be able to go into those areas that they are needed? Because healthcare is not only based in Monrovia, right? Some of the people in the rural areas, especially during rainy season, how do this person in this village or in this part of the country get healthcare when the roads are disconnected, right? So those are a lot of things that I think we need to look at, as opposed to just making statements to show that you're doing something, but the effect is not there. The same way you write a speech to say that Liberia is okay, people are prospering, but in reality, people are suffering, people are hungry.
Thank you. Daniel? So Pastor Mo, let Pastor Mo go, then you can just combine all to Daniel.
All right. Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Listening to George Weah's speech, like many people said, they didn't list it, but I tried to list it because
painfully.
Yeah, I know that we were going to discuss it somehow. So there's some things that I wanted to get from his speech. And listening to his speech, it was like, this man is deceptive. What is this man saying? because it is glaring that the people in a country are suffering. But he's speaking like everything is normal. Now, one of the things that caught my attention when it comes to the humanization of civil servant pay, that's one of the things that caught my attention, because when I was in government, I remember every fiscal year my pay was being added up. It was never reduced. It was going up. But you came in for 5 years, you reduced their pay. The year of election, you said that you never knew that these people were making below the minimum wage. And I heard him saying civil servant, what, 7,000 or 15,000?
15.
15. And I don't think that is true. I think civil servants are still to be corrected. I think civil servants are way more than that.
No. He didn't say civil servant at 15,000.
Yeah.
He was admitting that 15,000 of the civil servants were being paid something that was below the harmonized salary.
Okay.
So, and therefore, they got to, I think, pay them. They got to carry the 150 or something he said, but not the whole civil servant.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Now, this is what I read in the front page. I hope some of you will help me to understand this. GSC wrote that.
Let me ask a question for Stephen. Where's the host?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to get my
They run you making, you soliciting input, or you want us to ask the guests?
So you can either ask or make a comment.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. So GSC saying that the humanization was discrepancy, and the government have yet to account for millions of dollars. So where do we all think this money went that was deducted, because it didn't go to the people that they hire? That's what I'm reading here in the front page. And the next thing that caught my attention, the president never spoke on security, and Liberia faced serious security issues. That's where I start.
Yeah, so I think the security issue is extremely important because one of the things that you look at when you look at a country, right? Safety and security. You know, those are some of the things that if a foreign investor wants to come into your country, those are some of the things that people look at: your safety, your security, and for what we see in Liberia now, you know, we know that most people don't feel that the country is safe. If you look at what's occurring in terms of the folks that are getting killed in the country with very little results from investigation to understand what is going on, that's an issue. You know, I think that is something the government can address. And I want to say something. Look, I mean, it's not like we're piling on the George Weah government because we expect government to be perfect. Personally, I think every government will have some issues. Any government will have its issues. I think what this administration should do is to be honest with the Liberian people and say these are the issues we're having. You know, come out and be very frank with some of the difficulties that you're having, as opposed to covering up just about everything when people see the reality on the ground. If security is an issue, then state that you have security as an issue, and this is the plan you have in place to close that gap. You know, that to me will, even those of us who are critical of the government will say, okay, at least they have acknowledged that, they have an issue with security, and then they can lay out a plan to make things safer, whether it's maybe increasing police presence, different things that the specialists in that area can recommend. But to come out and pretend that Liberia is safe when you have all these investigations that go nowhere, people getting killed, people are murdered, at least allegedly, from the information that's coming on. It doesn't point to a very safe environment.
Thank you. So what we'll do is we'll take the next maybe 10 minutes on this speech, and then the remainder will do our other trending issues that were left along. Then we go to the line. So let because we're going 2 hours and 15 minutes. We don't want to keep Phil here for the full length of our show because yeah, we don't want to.
Let me ask Phil.
Yeah, well, I need to go first. Then you can kind of.
Ali said you're representing UP, so I want to ask him too. The question is for him too. He said representing UP.
Yeah, so ask the question then.
Yeah, so the question is for Daniel Samuel.
I declare.
No, Daniel and Phil, same more declare. This is my question. The admittance of the president that as a result of the harmonization process, there are 1,500 persons who fell below the bare minimum salary.
15,000. 15,000.
Oh, is that 15,000, not 1,005?
Yeah, no, 15,000.
Because I already amounted to 6 million.
Okay, so those 15,000.
15,000.
That were paid below the
minimum wage.
The minimum wage. And he says 6 million. Is that 6 million for all the period that they were unpaid?
No, for the fiscal year, of course, there's 6 million.
All right. So this is my question to you. If the president is admitting that these people were paid below the minimum wage for 5 years, does it make sense just to make it up for the new fiscal year? Or is it that you in opposition political party should demand that these 15,000 people the government owe them for 5 years and they should pay them retroactively, which means since it will cost 6 million, you got to allot 6 million times 5 to clear them for the salary you rub them up. Isn't that a line for the opposition people will take? So because the president is doing that for political reason, isn't that a way to put you?
That's a fine argument, yeah.
Isn't that a way to put you to say, since you admit that you stole money from these people for 5 years, and you want to pay, but you don't want to pay them for 1 year, pay them retroactively for all the time you stole their money. Is that not a case to make?
That's a strong case.
I'll let Daniel go first.
Sure.
I'll throw in the lines then.
The thing about the government harmonization policy is very complicated to understand, because the government had initially said that the policy was only targeted towards certain people who were making 1,000 and above. When they begin to implement the policy, people who were making as low as 500 and even 300 were affected. I know police officers whose salary were cut because, according to them, the government said the implementation of the harmonization policy would mean that they will not get special allowance. In the ERU, for example, ERU and EPS officers who were making an extra $50 and $40 every month to accommodate for the transportation and other things. The WIA government came and slashed that amount in the name of harmonization. So it's complicated. I listened to Dale French when he tried to say that they placed government employee in bracket and this and that. It was not true. There was a blanket deduction of civil servant salary at the board. So what the government has realized is that the harmonization policy has really wiped the pocket of civil servant. It's a potential threat that could lead to the defeat of the government. So, of course, like you said, we are going to play politics. But when we look at it, the slashing of these salaries as a result of the harmonization is that it goes beyond just the 15,000 person. Because, for example, I work at a librarian senate. I know that a good sum of my librarian dollars was slashed out. Okay? So it goes across government. So what he's doing is to try to politicize this thing to say, oh, we want to improve the salary. But it makes sense for us to begin to ask questions. When do you get to realize if the president's pronouncement is in good faith? Yes, I agree with you that we opposition parties should begin to argue that this payment needs to be done retroactively, which means that if you cut $100 or $75 from my salary for 5 years, it has to be replaced. So it's not just about going to election and you come and say, we'll replace it, we'll use $6 million in the budget and this and that. The next thing here is it even applicable? That's why Senator Lawrence was asking the president, you need a financial analysis and a breakdown Whether 6 million is even sufficient to accommodate the 15,000 person because you don't know the salary bracket that they fall within. So the president has not done that. So like the failed education, free education policy at the university, this, increment for 15,000 civil servant employees is going to be a fiasco because I guess the president made a pronouncement before he's now going to do the technical breakdown to know how much it's actually going to cost the government, which is wrong. If the government is doing payroll audit, if they're doing payroll harmonization, and they want to accommodate civil servant, it has to be reflected in the budget. The budget is currently before the national legislature. It is not indicated. So where is the money going to come from? Is it going to be done as a result of off-budget spending? Because the president is here to submit any breakdown analysis as we inform the decision of the lawmakers to make the appropriate appropriation in the budget. It hasn't been done so. So it is clearly a political project. It's a campaign project that Mr. Weah wants to bring about.
Since it's a political process, it's a campaign process, the president looking for noise, I think the coach should give him the noise. If I was a part of that 15,000 people, and I think the 15,000 people should start consulting among themselves. They should not depend on opposition people, they should not depend on politicians. They should announce that if the government does not pay them retroactively, since the president is admitting that they took their money, they should issue a class lawsuit to ensure that they get their money for the 5 years as admitted by the president.
Some of the people like before you come into Pierre's point, and then there's another category of people. So, for instance, those whose salary if your boss salary was reduced to 150, right?
Yeah.
And you now, as part of the president's declaration, your minimum wage is moving to 150. Are we saying also that you and your boss will be paid the same thing? So there's another category of people who lost wages that came down to 150. If the minimum wage is moving down to 150, what becomes of your supervisor?
Correct.
The supervisor will be required to get their money so to get, and they took it. Look, we have one confusion again.
Yeah, so
what issue multiplicity of lawsuit for your money? Because he has confessed. That's what y'all do.
Yeah. Again, it is not a well thought out policy. It's just a political pronouncement by the president, which for me, I think it is also meant we have to be careful. This president has the tendency of putting
the president made political announcement, give him political sour belly. Simple as that.
The president has the tendency of putting the people against the legislature. It is this. Tomorrow, they will come out and say, oh, the president said you won't get to put that money that the lawmakers sending before it. Who they are the Senate that they don't send it before it. So they would not have to be very tactical, because if you don't go about it critically, the president will put the people against you to say, I made a pronouncement that the legislature say you shouldn't get your money. So they got to be careful. It's a political pronouncement which need to be, treated with complete meticularity, because the president has said this before. He made many pronouncements that didn't come to fruition. In the end, he said that the lawmaker. So the lawmaker themselves has set up. That's why Senator Lawrence is requesting that the president submit a breakdown and analysis as to where the money is going to come from, who are the people involved, what are the category of employees involved, because it's not just across the board. When did the government get to realize that 15,000 on the payroll of government were making below what is prescribed in the minimum wage bill?
So Ali, you go there, mommy.
All right, Stephen. Firstly, I've sat so long and quiet, but there are a few things I would like to talk on quickly. Firstly, the entire speech was plagiarized, almost the entire speech. When you read some of the sentences or paragraphs, they just lifted exactly what was in the 2022 speech and placed it in there. And it was basically plagiarized from 2019 to 2022. The second thing is, yesterday we were in a panel discussion on OKFM. There were two ministers there. And we talked about the job issue, raising 1 million people out of poverty. And Boakai Fofana, who is Deputy Minister at Information, admitted that they have absolutely no data on job creation or how many persons they've lifted out of poverty, as they prefer to put in the PAPD. And then we came to the issue of health. Like in the UP response, they say, yeah, we appreciate the construction of 100-bedroom structure but just a construction of a structure is not a hospital. It has to be equipped and it has to be staffed and functional before you can call it a hospital. Then you come to roads, and we were arguing, and the challenge I threw out to the two ministers on the show was, I challenge, and that challenge still stands. I challenge the CDC government to tell us, the people of Liberia, a single major road that they have initiated and sourced funding for. A single major highway that the CDC has initiated, conducted feasibility study for, and sourced funding for. 2 hours on the show, they could not tell me a single road. Even the community roads that they've constructed, like the one that made President Weah to call rehab Miami, is now totally in chaos. It's just like the road in the leading to the southeast. Potholes everywhere, right near President Weah's house, right behind there. Everywhere has damaged. And then the other thing I talked about was football. This is a footballing president. The only time the president mentioned football in his speech was when he congratulated Nimba for winning the county meet. Under President Weah, football has gone into coma, total coma.
He didn't congratulate his son for playing for America and scoring one goal for them.
Yeah, he didn't say that. And he was him. And I said the failure, the monumental failure of President Weah in football epitomizes a failure in every sector of governance in Liberia. The last thing I wanted to touch on quickly, the debt issue. We as Unity Party made a debt of almost $5 billion. We worked with good character, with good governance. That $5 billion was cleared. And over the period of 12 years, we left a debt of $900 million. In under 6 years, they have accrued a total debt of $1.1 billion. In under 6 years. Even while they boast that the budget, that revenue, local revenue collection is performing, but we are now heavily indebted. $1.1 billion in under 6 years. And what they are doing with the debt that the crediting they're doing all over the place, nobody knows. They're not building any major highway of their own. All of the highway they boast of, we initiated, conducted feasibility study, and sourced funding for all of those highways. From Banga to Menikoma, from Ganta to Yekepa.
Make it simple. You have to understand you more, because when they put out, say we found the money for those roads. We
found money. Yeah, you're right, Pierre.
We found the money for those roads.
We established the ARA consortium that is providing money for the Lofa Highway. They go there every day. They lie to the people. We found money for the road from Ganta to Yekepa. You heard it here, you've played it several times. Senator Johnson has stated very clearly the road from Ganta to Sakepie, UP government found the money. The road from Sekempa all the way to Logatuo, Campley, Unity Party, the road in the southeast. Even the RIA highway that they've now created as a death trap, the feasibility study was done. It was estimated at 90 million. They came and took it to 116 million in order to enrich themselves. So they have not been able to tell us any one major road. They say they road here, that we didn't want to look for the money. We didn't want to do the feasibility study. We did a blueprint and we're constructing it. And we sat down on our show for 2 hours. Mamesi Kaba and Bwaka Fofana, they could not tell us anything. I mean, these things are all there to see. Then the salary harmonization, and I just like to say it quickly. For 5 years, President Weah said he didn't know that a harmonization policy that made more than 15,000 people were earning less than $45. For 5 years, the man who runs the government does not know what happened to civil servants. They're not taking good pay. And the pay they're taking, they're not taking their own time. The executive mansion is few minutes away from the Ministry of Information. Just 1-2 months back, the Ministry of Information, they protested, and their salaries were made available to the entire public, $45. So one or two things is either President Weah does not understand anything about government and does not know what is going on in his own government, or he decided to play blind eye to the suffering of the civil servants. I would take the second one. He knew that the people were making less than $40, but decided to suffer them in order to work his Machiavellian theory out, keep your subject suffering and hungry, and the day you do small good for them, they go on appreciating you. So he will come out in his last State of the Nation address to say, oh, it's unacceptable. We didn't know y'all making our... Stephen, that's what I have to say.
My man, you there?
Yeah, I'm on, Stephen, I'm on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it seems we will not go much into the Western cluster issue. We just, you know,
that will be a topic. Maybe you get anytime Friday, then you the only guest. You get all the information, then we just go into it for at least 1-2 hours before doing another thing.
So we can just pick back, you know.
Yeah, my man, because we are, I have serious interest in the Western cluster thing.
And then Ali, you can invite the journalist from Cape Mount.
Yeah, Andrew Masale can also come on with you.
Okay, so we can just pick back on some of the issues that came out of the discussion. You know, when the Secretary General of the party spoke, you know, so brilliantly, he was saying a government that talks about prioritizing poor people through an agenda called Poor Agenda will definitely prioritize investment in agriculture. That was an outstanding statement. That was a statement of fact and evidence. All development studies around the world, what about the World Bank? What about IMF? What about FAO? All development is a consensus that the most effective sector for reducing poverty is agriculture. Agriculture reduces poverty 3 times more than any other sector in the economy, faster than any other sector in the economy. The reason is not because the name starts with A. The reason is because a significant number, over 2/3 of our population live, survive, and work in agriculture. If you improve agriculture, you improve their lives. That improvement of the economy, they are the participants in that process. If you invest in tourism and you improve tourism, you investing for people who are middle and high income earners. The farmers will not benefit directly or participate in an investment in tourism. They wouldn't come on those beaches because they don't have the resources and the income to do so. So in as much as tourism will be generating income for the state, it wouldn't be addressing the poverty problem in rural places. That is why the World Bank said, but that is why the evidence shows that no country in the world has been successful in reducing poverty without improving and transforming the agriculture sector. No country. So if George Weah came to power and promised to transform agriculture and put it at the front burner of his development agenda, that was the right thing to do. Those were some of the things we supported. Those were some of the things we championed. It was not a wrong thing to do. But guess what? After 6 years in government, fiscal return for agriculture from the government is $30 billion. And almost 92% of this $30 million is spent on salaries and consumables. That amount is 50% less than what the government spent on services, tissue, stationery for the Ministry of State. I don't say the Ministry of State whole budget. I said just the portion of the Ministry of State budget on stationery, tissue, Clorox, and the other services they provide. They spent $60 million in 5 years on services, tissue, Clorox, and other services at the Ministry of State, but spent only $30 million on agriculture. There's a reason for that. It's not a mistake, it's a design. When they were outside government, they realized that that was the best way to transform the people's life. When they took over power, they realized that if you economically empower these people, they become more conscious. You cannot manipulate them easily into voting for you. So don't increase their economic independence. Keep them in a state of poverty where doing campaign, you can distribute rice on them and they will vote for you. But if these people were self-sufficient in food production, if they had sufficient food in their house, you would not take bag of rice to them and they vote for you because they already have 10 bags in their house. So keeping the people poor, not investing in agriculture was by design. It was not a mistake. Then we shift a little bit to the donor community. And that's where I work. They have invested over $500 million for improving this one agriculture sector. But the impact cannot be seen. The impact cannot be felt. The latest report on Liberia agriculture from the African Union, the same study that is conducted by the United States that we can all be running around with the how to call the report, the MCC scorecard. There is an agriculture scorecard by the African Union that all African countries agree on and every year is conducted to assess your progress towards agricultural transformation. The last report in summary says Liberia is off track to transform its agricultural sector after spending over $500 million. Let's think about it, and we'll talk more about it later. But the key message is we have failed the people. And he used his State of the Nation address as an attempt to send out messages of hope, when in fact the first time he came, he brought a message of hope that turned the people into hopelessness. So now that he realized that he has failed, two things. One, to shift blame, that he made a failed economy or economy set up to failure. And the second one, to give the people a message of renewed hope. West Point, I will end on this note. West Point, Newtown, Claratown. You have over 15,000 up to 50,000 slum dwellers in those places who were employed on the beach and waterway project. They were working and earning their money. Those were poor people in Claratown, West Point, Newtown, working on the beach and waterway project. We have canceled that project, taking job and food from over 50,000 people, diverted the resources into directions where they have absolute control over and can use it for their personal growth and development. What would the people in West Point say? Those who were employed with the beach and waterway project, what would they say? How would they react? How would they see we are in October 2023? Is what you should be thinking about rather than finding excuses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Stephen,
for us to.
Yeah, but I just want to say something related to Amula.
Yeah, but I don't want to keep failure for over 3-4 hours.
No, Phil is a militant. Don't cry for people.
Oh, yeah, I'm here, my man.
Yeah, you're not going to cry for people.
What's
the issue?
I'm
here.
here.
Cry for people.
I'm here.
When Amula was speaking I remember the story in the Bible about King Saul. This Saul now that Prince Johnson is saying Liberia is having a Saul regime. This guy was traveling. I don't want to misquote the Bible that Louis Brown there. I don't know where he was going, but he was traveling somewhere. He was going to Damascus. And on the road to Damascus, I think he met an angel. And the encounter with the angel on the road to Damascus changed Saul to Paul. And I'm making this statement because my young comrade Abdullah Mameh, I remember those days when we were there in government. I used to be a mujahideen of the CDC. But I know that he did not vote for WIA because probably on his way to Damascus, he met the angel that transformed him. So all the admiration he had about Georgia, he put it aside, and in 2017, he did not vote for Georgia. So if I listen to him, he didn't have to make George who he is. Because for me, I wouldn't easily forgive those who have to make Georgia, no matter what kind of thing they say right now, because he did not have that process. And he's been outspoken since Mr. WIA came to power. I just thought to give him this public recognition, as to his stance, because Liberia is what we ought to be concerned about. No matter our link with political institutions or the individual. Like Franklin Wise. No matter I follow Franklin Wise, I get so impressed with him. This man live in George WIA house. But you never heard about what George WIA is, because George WIA is taking the country down the gutter. So I just wanted to acknowledge Amula, having listened to him. And it was good that he met the law on the road to Damascus.
Yeah. But I mean, guys, we
So let me close. I know you want to go to the land also. Let me close with what I wanted to make my trending issue shortly, because it's important. I wanted people to hear it. Then we'll go to the land. But 1 second.
So anybody, let me ask what's his name? Phil Saint-Pierre is not there.
Yeah.
My man made a very strong argument. Okay, cool. Pierre is back. So let's just
Yeah, sorry, my daughter came from school and she was ringing the dog there. So the bigger one. So here's what I wanted to talk about in my trending issue. And it's part of the president's annual message all of you just discussed when it comes to salary, harmonization, all of that. Samuel Tuer brought this 100% salary harmonization program under the George WIA government. For the last several years, people have been crying all over the place about their salary because of this harmonization. In the end, the GSC, the General Auditing Commission, mustered the courage. And I would say thanks to the US government. Their direct involvement into what is happening in our governance system is making some of the actors in that country to see the need to do the right thing. So I was reading through the findings of the GSC audit on the whole harmonization process. And I just want the public and all of you here to know the highlights of that report. And it will shock you. Firstly, 1 second. Let me put my other light on so I can make no mistake. Yeah. So firstly, Stephen, the report established that in their database, and you and Moali were the Ministry of Finance, so I don't know what Afana you used to call ATAPS. What is that?
Oh, the ATAP.
Okay. In the ATAP database, the total strength of the government workforce, as reflected in there, is 67,299. That's what the GSC audit report says. Of that amount, what they were doing firstly for the audit is to verify the existence of these people. And that process required hair count to be sure
Yeah, physical headcount.
Yeah, that this number of persons that the database reflects are actually people who are working for the government. At the end of that process, they could not, that other report says, they could not see 9,287 persons. They could not verify them because they did not show up. And that's 13.8% of that total 67,292 that are indicated. But that's not all. That 10,441 persons who are in government employ are not captured in that database. And though they are not captured in the database, they show up, unless the 9,287 that did not show up, these 10,441 persons show up for the verification. But they are not in that database. So according to the auditors, you're not reflected in the database. But these people were able to have their own source of verification. Number one, they all had ID cards to prove that they were working. Two, they all showed letters of employment. Three, they all showed letters of assignment. These three documents confirmed that these people were gainfully in the employ of the government, but they are not captured in that database. Are you guys listening to me? So you understand why the harmonization came, why some of the problems that went on? These were their partisans that they wanted to give jobs. And for the reason known to them, they decided that they were doing outside of the system. So they were not imported into the system, but they were receiving government salary. So somebody who will come and say, let's see the money government spending. You would think that the government spending money on salary only on 67,229 persons. But there's an additional 10,441 persons not captured in the database, but government spending money on in terms of payroll expenditure. And meanwhile, the 67,000, 9,287 of them can be seen, whether that goes or not. But the GSC other reports say they did not show up for verification. Are you following?
Yeah.
So what the GSC also concluded is this. They said the pay grade system was not comprehensively implemented across entities. Employee earning below or above the established pay grade was a problem they found out. And there were no pay grade established for other categories of employees. So what happened? 3,970 employees, which is about 5.9% from across 80 ministry and agency, were earning above the harmonized salary. 3,970 earning above the harmonized salary. And the money they were getting on a monthly basis by being paid above the harmonized salary was 581,439 monthly. So over the period of a payment cycle, that amount of money amounted to $7 million. So you're paying people above the harmonized salary level, and that is leading you to an additional expenditure of about $7 million over the whole period, but at a rate of $581,000 per month. Listen to this one. 32,759 persons, and that's 48.7% of the civil servant across 90 ministry were earning below the harmonized price. Hello, President, we are in the annual message talking about 15,000. The GSC report is saying 32,759 persons in the civil service are being paid below the harmonized pay grade. And you know how much money is in question by paying them below the harmonized pay grade? 5,710,000. By paying them below the pay grade, that's the money that's in question. Where is that money? Where is that money? That's it, that GSC report, the government entity. I just look at it, summarize it, and just give you the information. Additionally, 25,162 employees, representing 37.4% of the civil servant in the government from 97 ministry or agencies did not have any pay grade. 25,000, no pay grade. But there is another to tell that the essence of the harmonization.
So the whole harmonization was a mess.
Yeah, no pay grade. Then 1,879, which is 2.8% of employees from 69 entities that claim academic qualification. Martin K. and Corey, are you listening? 1,879 persons that claim academic qualification from 69 ministries or agencies were unable to provide evidence during physical verification that they have those credentials.
Yeah, but Ambula is here. Ambula is here.
Hello, CSCC, are you hearing me?
We hear you.
1,879 persons working in about 69 entities making big money as a result of credentials they say they have, who not have their credentials verified by the auditors.
They couldn't reach Water Center on time.
They let Pierre say I'm from Harvard. Also, I say, Pierre, that's your Harvard degree. I can't show it.
They caught them all away.
They caught them all away. They couldn't reach Water Center.
So, it says from the 67,200, which were the number I called from the beginning, employees recorded in the ETAPs, 66,691 of them, which is 99.9% of them, across 66 entities, were found to contain exceptions and irregularities. 99.1% of that number of people reflected in the database are exceptions or irregularity. Only 608 employees got record in ETAPs from 36 entities, which is 0.9%, are found to be free of irregularities and exceptions. Only 608 out of 67,299.
Wow.
Now, 122, the number may look small, of the employees in ETAPs from 20 ministries or agencies have shared bank account. Minister Stephen Johnson myself sharing one bank account. Larman Yonton and Jupor sharing one bank account.
What?
So this is a summary of what the GAC audit.
And Pierre, you share that with so can put on the page, guys.
What the GAC audit of the much publicized harmonization process. This is the funding from the GAC, that is the government-owned integrated institution, not OSARA. So the entire harmonization team, the Moali will let to call it that fly. That was what I wanted to talk about in my own training issue, and we didn't have the time, but I thought it is important for the people to hear it.
It's important, and Pierre, you said something at the beginning of the show, which the opposition community has to really pay attention to. This will spark a serious resistance in the civil service. For people to be aware that the government was robbing them for the last 5 years and to start demanding their back pay. When President Sirleaf took over, I remember in 2006, one of her biggest challenges she was faced with was the arrears. Civil servant had an arrear of 38 months. They were not paid for 38 months. And she needed to clear that. And so even with a meager budget of 80 million, the government was constrained to focus on retroactive pay because they needed to pay civil servants who have worked diligently for the country and were denied their salary. This is wrong. If somebody making $45 in today's world, when a bag of rice is $17, transportation, inflation soaring, a bag of coal is sold at almost $5, $6, $7. The average family, according to latest report, is about 10 persons. 10 persons in a family. So imagine this one man makes $45 for a family of 10. And then you see why the World Bank IMF said more than 600,000 persons have drifted into poverty under we are. Because if you are making $45 in a family of 10, you guys, it's not a miracle carrying you. Because by the time you only thing you worry about, by the time you buy the bag of rice, the next thing is, how do you even pay rent? Most landlords not accepting month-to-month payment. They want out of 6 months to a year. How do you pay on a $45 salary? This is wrong. This is wrong at every level. And I think the political parties owe it to their constituents to begin to have this conversation. Go in the communities, let the people know that the government been robbing them. Just back a revolution. This is the year for this kind of internal revolution where people will stampede their way into history. This is the year that it must happen. We can't be lean back and think that, oh yeah, we're waiting for the ballot boxes to come out. We need to push our people. We need to push the government. It's wrong today. It's wrong every time it happens. $45 for a month, 30 days, $45, a family of 5 or 10. That's crazy. And now the president wants to make politics out of it. He comes to a state of the nation and say, oh, those who are making below the sun will carry your money up. What becomes of those who money you brought down? Are you going to carry up also? And look at the kind of appalling statistics Pia is reading here from your own audit bureau. 9,287 workers cannot be accounted for their ghosts. Where that money going? And if you calculate how much that 9,287 persons have eaten in the last 5 years, you're talking about almost $20 million. Where has that money been going? You look at 10,000 persons. A total of 67,209 payroll, but 10,000 of them on the payroll, but they're not in the system. So that will carry the whole wage bill to 70-some-thousand people. And you're seeing why we're spending over $350 million annually on the wage bill, because pay the system, 6,000, 67,000 persons in the system, but you push an additional 10,000 persons there, cronies. They're not in any system, but just to collect salaries, because CDC want to compensate. This is the issue, guys, and I'm sure, you all can hit on it, maybe a minute each, and then we take calls, because we've gone 3 hours. We're going to take a few calls and call it a night, or else we'll be here. These are interesting issues we want to talk about. You see, Phil, that's how it happened. We're supposed to be here 2 hours, but by the time the issue gets sweet, we got to stay here. We got to do the people's job.
Yeah, no, but that's good, my man. I mean, we're hearing good information, so it's very informative. I'm learning a lot from, some of what's being mentioned here too. So that's good.
Yeah. So everybody, just a minute each on this. Then we can...
Let me just wait, right? So,
but Steve, I was suggesting you just open the line with the call of finish, and we're making final.
Okay. Yeah.
And we just talk about this thing.
Okay. So Larry, be going ahead. Let me.
No, when Pierre was given the data, right, of the 32,000 as opposed to the 15,000, let's assume that I work for a ministry that that doesn't offer a traffic of services, right? Maybe the National Housing Authority, and I make only $45 a month. If you times it over the course of that 5 years, it's 60 months already. So if you times it by that 32,000, the government is owing the people almost in the tune of over 86 million, just flat off. which is very alarming. Very, very alarming. I just thought to flag that out.
Yeah, it's true. So that's why we gotta demand that our people go back for the pape.
Yeah.
So Jupo announced the number so we can take some calls. Jupo, your line coming correct.
Network. Hello, you hear me?
Yeah, okay, good.
Okay, so the numbers to put you through this evening are 0881-95-9807, 0881-95-9807, and 077047. Those of you in the diaspora can call us up on +1 401 688 8266. +1 401 688 8266.
More Ali number not there.
Ali, we gotta take call just for today, man.
I know why more you're gonna protest these days. Though.
They think Japan number doing apparently internet will collapse if we. Aha, ain't for my money, man. Go. Chupo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. So let me transition a bit. Yeah, so just drop the.
Okay, you want to change? Okay.
That temporary eye mode, no, that bad mode eye no there for now.
So we got on the other thing. Hopefully the other internet good. Because I'm away in Banga in studio. You can hear us? We'll take on Ali number also 0777 077542845. So if you
Steven, look in the chat room. I posted something there.
I only thing I saw in the chat room, you said you're not taking call today. Like,
oh yes. Read before I appear. Okay.
All right, but while Jupo is trying his best, the last number, the US number, is also on WhatsApp. So if you're not in the US and you want to call, yeah, you can call that number on WhatsApp. If you're in the US or any other place where you can call direct, you can call the number direct. The local callers can really be affected once you don't have.
Yeah.
Once you don't have. Okay, but let's take this one. Caller on the line, go ahead.
The name is Jerry Dobley, calling from Worcester, man.
You still around?
I'm still around, brother. Don't worry.
You took a break on the show because you haven't called for a while.
Yeah. I have some family issue.
Okay, make your point, sir.
Let me say bravo to the entire team in LRB. It is time for our people to stand up for their right. It is time. If you ever overlook anything in your life, this year is the time to be true. Begging your people, please. You saw it for yourself how the president lied. Won't give LRB go forward now. When the building was clapping, I think we need to send some medical doctor in LRB to check all the people breathe our clapping. So our people, please stand up for your right. If you ever overlook anything, please I beg. This 2023 is time to be sure. Thank you for the show.
Oh.
Chupo, you there? If you get called
now?
Yeah, so I already have calls, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So call on the line, go ahead. What's the name where you're calling us from?
I'm Valen Olter, calling from Patience.
Okay, Chief, please go ahead. You have 1 minute.
Yeah, I want to say this to you in studio. You need to be giving all the factual story. There is no 7 looking for the family in Nigeria.
Come on, so hello.
If you
So So who are you to dictate to someone?
Yeah, I don't think she's following the news. Let her go to information ministry.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Live on the program. What is your name and where you calling us from tonight? Say that you have to put strength in your voice, please. You say, what's your name? Okay, Chief, go ahead. You have just a minute.
Okay. I just want to interpret one important thing I say in Pastor Tyler to our people, because our people listen.
Go ahead.
I don't know how that is.
Yes. Go ahead, Chief.
Okay, I think I want to crowd be no convey ya chin no le tobacco no ya mo bra so the president chimake otuma ya ne sewen the president is chin komla oni wara si o se mo le wara komla bu kwani komla chin president chin ka be o se na tu nde mo bra the president a fe tu ka be ni wan ma wi ti ni we have to komla bu kwani ya me ko bu bonge ni ma yeah, when you come on the other my 45 that be that you know America we no come on that be that one for your mother task in hello okay 100 million so that so that almost 6,750 they can go so kana ke what's kana ke mo da habla o simeso o se me queda o task so que 100 million you want more resign to the whatever you have then we got into we are my party to the anime we got no we got toss the bamba they are only been on change continue the amount no we are near so sad the the president so one you must anyway the first is on to pay president you know working the tom.
You have to be snappy, Chief. Thank you so much for waiting on the program this evening. Yeah. So,
let me take the caller quick. Caller, go ahead.
This is Gabriel Johnson, calling from Turkey. I just want to
calling from where? Turkey?
Yeah, from Turkey.
Okay.
I just want to extend my gratitude to you guys in the studio there, all the young brothers out there. And this is very, very much alarming as well. And thanks as well for being fast out there on some of these things. Because this is something that is actually happening in a lot of librarians. Basically, a lot of people out there, they're not getting the full picture of it. They just see things from the surface and they don't know what's actually happening in some of these ministries. When the president took over in 2017, let me go straight to the point, because I was one of the guys that was actually affected indirectly. But yeah, when the president took over in 2017, I was at the Ministry of Defense Post, to be precise. And they had the DMA when Mr. Zoga Rosen came. At that time, he had some symposium or something in the States that he had to attend. They had an acting DMA that came. And I remember in that meeting, he kept basing on, and people will have to go, and people will have to go. So I raised up the crime saying that, how would you just come here as a new DMA, basically acting DMA, and you get some people that people will have to go? Don't you think it's too presumptuous? She was like, no, and we have to be linked with the HR to know who all used to come to work. I'm like, that is not even a proper remedy to know whether this person can work. I can come to work and sign in and sign back out at whatever time. You won't know if I actually work that day or not. You're just going to say on the paper that I signed in that day, but that doesn't mean I actually work. And some of these older women that were there, even in that ministry before me, they were making it as little as 5,000. Sometimes they won't take there 2-3 months, but they will still be cleaning it. That whole compound, you come, they will still be clean. And she didn't care about that. All they care about was to get the partisans in position. And some of them don't even know basic computer skills. We were basically be on computers, and because they wanted to give them job as a payback for what they did to the election, but voted them in power. So yeah, that was the only reason. And it's very, very, very alarming. Imagine people going to school and they're not getting jobs, graduating. Near East University pull out 63 librarians, master's degree. They're going back to Liberia. What are the jobs that they're going to do? So come to think of it, a lot of people very, very need to sit down and rethink this thing. Because Liberia is actually going to the debt. I can tell anybody.
Okay, sir.
It's no more joke, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
You boys, your call, go ahead.
Call on the line. Sorry, call on the line. What's the name you're calling us from this evening?
Okay, the name remain constant, Cabinet S. Savannah, and I do join the conversation this evening from Claratown precisely. I'm a member of QRM. Our goal is to make George Weah a one-time Boca dancer, so-called president.
Okay, Chief.
Okay, having listened to you guys today in studio, you know, like my veteran said it well, right? Or Jusu Kamara. So, Big Brother Pia, this man we got called Mr. Weah, this man is not educated. This man is very far away from education, right? In fact, this man feet is better than his head. Looking at no single manner president will take over a nation, or no educated person will take over a nation and get rid of civil servant salary, because those people are the backbone of every nation, right? So what you do, if you cannot increase the people's salary, just leave it as it is, then for you to say you're reducing it. But you have one man called Samuel Twe, who has a multiple color. This man is the one who all the time inciting. Samuel Twe know that George Weah is not educated. This man have no knowledge, he have no understanding or anything about governance. So anything he bring on table, you know that this man will accept the idea. So he brought that harmonization, so-called harmonization, and bring it on table. That's for him and this man to pay our people money and lead us into actual poverty. But to conclude, come 2023 October 10, Mr. Weah, when we shall drag you guys out of office, we're not going to drag you guys out of office, but when they show the same way the common criminal can be treated, we will treat you guys like that. Thank you for affording me the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for waiting on the program this evening. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
Let me just take this call up from Liberia. DJ Lumia, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Pia, Honorable Pia. Let me say to my brother Tinsu and to the panelists, look, you said something the last time you're going to contribute, and I will be giving the first $1,000 Liberian dollars. Let's print our flyer, JMP 2023. And I will take the initiative to put it on. I will buy the starch or the group to stick it on all the people in here. Let us do it in a way that the ruling party is doing it, and there is nothing. They carry people at the Capitol building there to go run campaign. Only Honorable Korobas stood. So this time I will get the first $1,000 level date of my minimum that what I got. This let us bring our poster JMB 2023 so we can put it on all the polls here, and let's see who will bring it down. Since campaign has started, we started running campaign now. Let them come and tell us.
I see to find out the cost of one of those posters. And
So you say you find the cost of why it takes to print one and then multiply it by maybe 100.
So we'll come on the show, we'll raise the money here, we'll print it, we'll put our people in the field.
So you have to say now, let's do some window shopping and get back to us, okay?
We'll do some window shopping tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Call on the line. What's the name you're calling us from this evening? Please turn down your monitor, please. The device you're using to get us, please turn it down.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. What's your name? Why are you calling us from tonight?
So, talking the second tonight on the convocation from the board of Claratown. So, let me say thanks to all of the panelists and adding to the word of this program. As James, and the best president. When I was as a people, as you know, one secretary general, always a secretary general. So I want you to know that we get more. So in that more trending issue, he made mention of the CDC distributing t-shirts, vests, and money. Let me say this for free. Let me confirm what SGMO said, because even in the borough of Crowntown, and I've seen it with my own eyes, it is not hidden, it is open, it's in all of the 26 communities and the borough of Crowntown, and the people are here distributing t-shirts and money to the people. Of course, in Abono is using the youth institution here in the borough called Federation of Borough Youth, and even using the Federation of Borough Women and the offices of the governor and the deputy governor to distribute money, pointed that this will help our people, including t-shirts and flags, so that people will turn out in the numbers. Although some of the communities are even rejecting what the offer is, okay? So because of that, the governor himself, one of the office nowhere himself, is going in the community and making some threatening statements to the people. Look, we need to laugh. We do not need to sit down and allow the CDC people intimidate our people. We will not allow that to happen. Even in the borough of Kirkland is known to be a CDC stronghold. They are paying people to get outside to go for the mask on 4th. And it is becoming difficult for Nelson and Bono herself to come in this place. And so we really need to do something. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your point this evening. We do appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So 0881959807, 0770472019, and +1401 688-8266. So those are the numbers to put you through this evening. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, Chief, you're live on the program. What is your name and where are you calling us from tonight?
My name is MacArthur Johnson. I'm calling from Connersville, Dr. City.
Okay, please go ahead. You're live on the class below that.
Yeah, I just want to give thanks to all your studio guests and all the panelists in studio. But what I see and all your good pieces of advice, your teaching, your well-explained lecture, I mean, we need God's miracle to end this just-led government from this October 10th. Because if you can remember back, there are the same people that said, if you keep my mind, keep my power, I vote for you. You know both, I vote for you. We shouldn't be surprised tomorrow for them to say again, you corrupt, we'll vote for you. You cut down all the money, or you cut it down, we'll vote for you. You this or you that, we'll vote for you. So I mean, you can keep doing what you're doing, but I think we need serious prayer in this nation. We need God's miracle. That's my point there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your point this evening. We do appreciate, Chief. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, how are you, Postman?
Yes, we are okay. Live on the class below that. Please tell us a name and let's talk.
Yeah, my name is Fanny Kamara, attorney for information.
Go ahead, Mr.
My brother, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated to the extent I don't even know my way of going again, but I think this station will cancel me for 2023. One of my disappointment in this government is the market test. They're forcing people to buy lava to go SPD. If you not go, you know, you get part dancing or they'll buy you not to say in the market. I want a big disappointment there again. My entity was forced to buy lava. So it. Because they say when you not buy the lava and sow it, then you'll get part dancing or they'll now not to say in the market. Then which means the poor are forcing our people then to go that more responsible for oil. This you go salary what you expect us to be, and I only small money. And one of the things this government, you know, I want to do from 2005 voted this government. The only time I voted this government when Senator Dillon, one time I was go by, you were talking about Bronsky when Bronsky lived in Senator Dillon, get my labor name. And I told him, as a senator, I think he was not senator. I said, because of the need, even I said, I will go for Honorable Brosky. And I voted Honorable Brosky. 2017, after Brosky, I decided to go for President William. Well, the president is almost a name. My brother, I never see hardship on the time I was born. This government made me to know hardship that none of my children going to school are frustrated. But anyway, God is there. Thank you for your program.
Thank you so very kindly for waiting in. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. You're live on the Class Reloaded. Your name, where you're calling us from, and you had 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you for the privilege. Let me say good evening to the Liberian people. The name is William Covey, and I joined this conversation from this peacefully. Let me appreciate you guys. Look, let me be very clear. I think this government hold a PhD in misplaced priority, okay? And also deception in minor. Look, let's be clear. I think that these things that they always boast of free education as a higher learning institution, that was misplaced. Because when we saw the University of Liberia was functioning, when the Liberian people mocked President Weah at the time, says that he was never educated, he needed to go back to school. President Weah left the University of Liberia functioning at that time. Liberians were attending there. He left it and he went in America to attend the Denver University. I don't think it is because of the skyrocketing of tuition at the time in the University of Liberia that make him to leave it to go to America and attend. But I believe that at that time he went to run after quality education. He never needed a quantity education. That's why he left the University of Liberia. So why now you will take over Liberia instead of making the education system more quality, but you are prioritizing the quantity part of it to go and make it free? Let people go there just to go back in classroom when we go. We cannot even get chairs to sit. When God bless you, you go soon in the morning. If you have 1 chair for your first class, as soon as that class ends, just throw that chairs and just be careful and run into your other classes. Any attempt to leave it in any other class, you will remain standing all on the day finish. You will not get chairs. So I don't think that's the kind of education system that we need in this country here on George Weah, okay? So I think another thing they talk about.
You have to be snappy, Chief.
Yeah, quickly. And another thing they talk about, like yesterday I listened to Mobadi into a debate into 2 lazy government officials, and thank you more yesterday. At least we enjoy how you deal with 2 government officials. All right. So thank you so much for the platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Call on the line. Hello.
Good evening, Debo.
Yes, good evening, Chief. You live on the program. What is your name? Where are you calling us from?
All right, my name is Josiah Smoke, calling from the Kogota Peace Island. Let me say good evening to the other panelists, Alice Moadi, CM Alice Moadi, and Jeremy Pia, and other women and panelists.
Go ahead.
Let me say thanks to them for digesting the president's State of the Union, like our political leader has said, our Carolina Rabat makes giving information to the nations and the Liberian people. We're talking a lot of when it comes to the economics, where the president, when they brought those things, probably he don't go, you remember right, he don't go all those things to find out as to whether what they wrote there it is truth. That he will come out to tell us our economics is better. They are taking the growth rate from 30% to 2% whatsoever. He called it, what there was a deception when it comes to that. And like I said, when the economy is working, President, we are no more, it's on paper. But what the reality is really the actual needs of the people. When the economy is working, you as president, the economy will in today, you need not to be one economic expert. Can't go to the microphone, purchasing power will tell you. The woman sitting in the market, the business women, the younger boys will tell you. Purchasing power will tell you that yes, indeed, the economy is on track. But you see, the economy is on track. You see, someone protecting around here. Your own minister of information, people just keep on protesting because of bad salary. Then you telling us that now you got to know economy is on track, or 15,777 they earn below 150. When you got to realize this after 5 years, when you are seeing nurses and doctors, teachers around here protesting salary. When you get to know that 50,000 or maybe below the belt or penny or $150, everything, don't go to security.
You have to be snappy, Chief. Others on the line. You have to actually be snappy.
All right. In closing, the president said security. Where is the security that today, lot of violence, lot of killing, or all kind of things? Say sometimes people fly to the house. I had to say chicken going to bed. I had to say someone only behind animals to go in their face. Where is the security? So this speech was made with a lot of deceptions. And you know, when you the newscaster on the radio will say to end the news, once again the major story, because it's still the camera from 2018, 2019, that's still on the year right here. It was a deception to Liberian people. But get that person we are. Let him enjoy himself. Thank God he just came on a last year of the nation address. But Pastor Joseph Ima Buakai, those people that have stolen for us.
Chief, you have 5 seconds, Chief.
So thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, you got
Let me say good evening to the
No, you know that's why I will start before, but
let me appreciate you guys this evening for empowering your busy schedules to take up your time. You see today, to see many President Weah have the audacity to come and spare lives for his mouth to say reading speech, but it's so frustrating. There's the president who knows to himself that this is his last time. President William will never ever.
I'm not getting you people.
Hello?
Go ahead.
This is the man, he will never ever have that opportunity that he had again to go sit in front of the legislature to talk, because the people are resolved. This is a man that the people look at him and give him power and lie to the Liberian people. 5 years, President William knows himself very well. But this man is so disingenuous to himself. You look at the people, he's telling people, say, you don't know in a country that civil servant less than 5, less than 150 years. Whatever man says. What's very wrong with this man? So, what is bad for the Liberian people to give the presidency? You don't even work for the presidency. There's a man that's there to win the young people of the country. That things in his leadership, Trump will be created for the young people. Where is the young people at today? Where are they? Today, probably young people are unemployed. They are not working. The only job that young people have to do in this country, when they do security job, when they do motorbike job, that's all. So it's so frustrating. This man has killed this country. We will tell the Liberian people that they shouldn't make mistake to even give them a representative thing. Because I see the ball coming back to all, asking the Liberian people to make LST president. This boy has that vector he roll in left, he don't know what to go. But it's intentionally Liberian take the incompetent man. They can't give all to us today. The country are going to drink. There's the man that made the country today. He used all the money wastefully, spending it on himself. Here we're building a serious property. While our children are not in school, we can't even afford to eat. We are going to be hungry. Then what they want. I see your man.
Thank you so much for waiting on the program this evening. Let's get this person. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello. You're live on the program.
You can start at Asset Jassy.
And I went by the way of introduction. I'm George Dimas Jr., a proud member of the National Movement to support the Jamaican Law Enforcement Series.
District number 7. You have 1 minute, Chief. Please go ahead.
I thank you for passing this topic on discussion. No one is above the law in this country. Said President, we have seen that you can do things. We ourselves, we are ready to step on the street. We are ready to do our spiritual plea for now on. No one is above the law. And any extent for President, we have to reach the election. There will be a serious calamity. Thank you for having me on your show.
Thank you so much. This person is live. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Chief. You live on the Class Reloaded. Your name, where you calling us from?
This contract with a Cody from Clarendon.
Clarendon. Mr. Kole, have 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we will provide the information consistently with 100% because we read in the system. The reason is that people will not provide information that's really in the country. So thank you for the topic on discussion first. But the reason is that we are downhearted with the past speech the president just made.
Hello.
Yes.
Are you listening to another device in the background? Because your background is actually noisy, Chief.
Yeah, okay.
Please turn it down and why?
Yes, so it's better now.
Yeah.
So we were very disheartened to listen what the president yet to order. As a civil servant, that we are living above the decent work. So that is deception. When the president himself came or after someone to it, said there was harmonization, things great. And the same president came on and thanked the civil servant for exercising restraint in the pay court. And today coming up and telling us that you don't aware of civil servant making less than 150. When we hire people that were making $125, they were called to $97. We have people that were making 150 that were called to 125. We have people that were making 200 that were called to 160. We have people that were making 300 that were called to 250. We have people that were making 400 that were called to 350. Today, all our affected in that process, we cannot pay our rent, our children cannot go to school. Just imagine, we live in a small community, we pay $25 for a bedroom. Then you're making $150 at a BSC Hulu as a health worker at that rate. You pay a rent of $125, which is equivalent to $225 per month. And you pay a tuition that costs you $35. How will our children attend? How they will foster the education?
Okay, Chief.
Or we are downhearted in a process.
Thank you.
The president, we are work on a fee before October 2023. The civil servant, we are already getting the money from our president. When we come out in the number, and when we're voting, we'll vote against that number. For that background. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This person is already on the line. Hello.
So take two more.
Hello, sir. You live on the program, sir.
This is Samuka Vekone.
Go ahead.
The spokesperson for the Three Nation Voice was Moses. The logical corner. I'm really appreciative of you guys' effort on this issue we call the class reloaded. Honestly, regarding our president's speech, there is no other way somebody can describe it. Because when you call 1,000 Liberians, they will almost all tell you the same old thing that the whole speech was deceptive. And that's just the bottom line. So, for God and our sake, for President, we have to make the world understand that it has just been brought to his attention that civil servant salary being cut the way it's being cut is strange, and therefore they will increase it. No deception is equal to that. Because in our mind, the President of the Republic listens to almost every cry, except he or she wouldn't want to act. This is the case with President Weah about the salary issue. I'm disappointed. I'm not talking about any other thing. As it relates to security, nothing was being heard tangible regarding security measures. Since this issue of Three Nation Voice came about with Simosi, where people have accused government architects being involved into the guys being lazy, President Weah had never ever spoken about it up to his prolonged deceptive speech he gave 2 days ago. So, I mean, sometimes I wonder why people are actually thinking that President Weah will still be re-elected. It baffles me a lot. You know, before you say, oh, I just told one guy today on the Jerry Street, my dear brother, you won't tell me to believe that President Weah is going to win the election. Your case is almost like a man who actually considers the ground to be his limit. Because if the ground is your limit, it means your thinking has stopped. Who are those who made the sky to be that?
Oh my word. We actually lost him. So I can just take a call now and then I call this one a day from my end. Hello. Yes, sir. You're actually my last quarter. So what's the name? What are you calling us from?
Can't talk about it. Two missing boys.
Okay, Chief. Yeah, yes. You live. Go ahead. You have 1 minute.
I want to commend you for the success that you are doing, especially for then that's what I'm going to do. It's a bad answer. But I want to tell you, we will continue to do what I see. And that is what you say. We're a big amount of people. We want everything we will do ourselves. We must prepare for comfort too. But we continue to comment the watch. You're looking at we the best, the best president. So I'm going to see the dream. When you do our thing, it will be here. What if we set out, look at it, draw here to be drinking and put them on here. If they will be bad for the West, what is that here on? Where are we heading to? That get up to us around me. Why you are thinking of everything? You don't know that people are going to pay on time to get power to feet. But when you get on the other, then you say, yes, I want to do a thing of being a man. We're thinking about our money. Okay. Oh, we're going to okay. So, we are feeling to you. You must start working. That is what know that opposition is very. I want to say thank you.
Thank you so much for your participation. We do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jupol. Thank you, guys. And you guys listen to the calls. Very passionate callers from across the country. Some people calling from as far as Grand Bassa County and everywhere else. Phil, this is your first time here. I'd like to welcome you back anytime you wish. This is what we do here. We'll come on Monday, Wednesdays, and Friday. And now we are on a lot of stations across the country in Liberia. If you can tell from the calls or where people call from. We're on in Nimba, in Bong, Makipi, and everywhere else. So it was a good day. It was good having you. And let me just say I will welcome you back anytime you wish to come. Just let me know. I'll give my number to you after so that we can keep in touch. But you've heard the caller, your comments, and then closing remarks, and then we'll go across the room. So it'll be you, it'll be Larama, Mame, Ali, and then Pia.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. I mean, it's an eye opener. Just hearing everything from the folks who are experiencing the difficulties under this administration, and that's what I said earlier in some of my opening remarks, that it is difficult to use statistics against people who are actually experiencing the situation, right? So if you're speaking to people in Guinea, Sierra Leone, yeah, your statistics can work if you put those numbers up because they're not experiencing the difficulties in Liberia. So I think that's something that's clear to Liberians, that this administration has created more difficulties for our people who live there, more difficulties for the country as a whole. One of the things that I want to close with, to me, as opposition, we should take an opportunity to market this message to the seditionists as well. Seditionists are Liberians too, right? Those are us in Liberty Party, and I'm sure all opposition parties. We have to message to seditions so they recognize that, yes, you may like George Weah as an individual, right? Because of maybe his status as a professional football player or whatever reason, seditions have. But your likeness for the president should not go above and beyond your love for country. So everything we're talking here, I think we need to also target not just opposition party members, but also seditions, because there are seditions who are also disappointed, right, by this administration. And a lot of them are now standing on the fence line, right, determining, okay, this administration has failed us, but where do we find a place where we can at least give our support? And if we, the opposition, do not open our arms to those who are in the CDC, then we will have a problem of those folks standing on the sidelines and watching the elections as opposed to joining the opposition and voting for this change that they all want. Because most of the people who voted for Weah in the 2017 elections, those people really believed that he was going to bring change. And if you look at the story of George Weah, the individual, It's a story that a lot of people, all of us, would want to jump behind because of where he came from and how he rose up to where he ended up being world's best, and he had all of that survivor that everybody would want to put, to support that David versus Goliath. He came from nowhere, overcame challenges to become somebody. So that's why a lot of people voted for him. But we need him to message to Liberians that there's a difference between being successful on the football field, being successful in one aspect of life, and not having what it takes to be successful in a different aspect of life. And I think this is the case for where we are in Liberia. I mean, I'm not anti-Weah. Be honest with you, personally, I believe what he did for Liberia as a soccer player, it was something that's commendable. Now, I went through the war in Liberia. I left Liberia in '97. So I went through the challenges of the war up to that time. And I always remember every time BBC came on or any kind of news came on, and they have story of Weah and some of the progress that he made, it inspires something, right? That at least somebody's out there carrying the name of Liberia in a positive light. So we can't discount all of that because of his poor performance as a leader. And I think that message needs to go to people in CDC so they too recognize that, look, we are fighting for our country. We are fighting for our children, our grandchildren, and people in Liberia who need to benefit from good governance. And if you support this president by voting for him because of party affiliation, then you are actually voting against your future. You are voting against the future of your children. You are voting against your own health care when you go to JFK. You're voting against your own children's education because of the issues that this government has created, or at least have made worse, since they came into power. So I just want to make sure that even as we're, as the opposition is pushing against the CDC and all the ills in this government, we shouldn't forget our other brothers and sisters in the CDC who also, can help this opposition get rid of this government. So it's one of the things I want to just kind of reinforce. We shouldn't, as an opposition, be too negative against our sedition brothers and sisters, because some of them may have voted for Weah for good reasons, right? And not all the people in CDC are eating government's money. Not all of them are doing things improperly. I think we need to recognize that. And then, open this tent, the opposition tent, regardless where people are leaning in the opposition. Hopefully at some point in time, we'll see some, collaborations at some point with some of the opposition political parties. But regardless of where we land in the opposition, I believe the opposition is a better option than the present CDC government, and in order for us to be successful, we need to incorporate some of the partisans from CDC who are also very disappointed in this administration.
Thank you, Phil. And thanks for joining us. We appreciate your contribution to the show and your overall participation on the show. We're looking forward to having you join us some other time in the near future so that we can talk more about Liberia. And since we're all in this thing together as opposition political party, it is good that we can synchronize our effort in ways that we can move our country in the right direction. I like the fact that the Unity Party and the Liberty Party, the Yumbi faction of the Liberty Party, the ALP and other political party are collaborating. I think we have shared vision for Liberia. I think over the last 18 plus years, we've allowed some of those partisan zealotry to really undermine that kind of cohesion that we needed as Liberians to move our country forward. And there's no better time to do so than now. So I appreciate your participation and your contribution to the show. Lara, then Ali, then Chupo, Mame, if you're still there, then Pia will take us home.
Yeah, Stephen. I think there was a caller that actually made contribution in the local one of the local vernacular. I think that was pretty in Bassa. That was pretty impressive, and I think we should have more of that. if we can create a space where people can come and talk to the people in their respective vernacular, it's important too, because it's part of the overall messaging that we are able to reach to our people where they are across towns and villages, in a language, in a form that they understand very clearly. So I thought that was powerful.
Okay, Ali.
Thank you, Stephen. I thought it was a very good show. I particularly appreciate our guest, Phil, and the Secretary General of SU. He spoke extensively. Let me say thank you to Ambulai too. Um, on the issue about us complaining, people putting billboard out, I'm done with that. I started my own campaign. I'm not going to be sugarcoating anything. Anything I post on Facebook is vote JMB for
I told
2023
you,
president.
don't complain. I put our poster up.
You know, when that vests, they can do whatever they want to do. Let them can't stop JMB from contesting. They will know what's up. And just to close out on this, I just saw a post from Attorney Saidu Vasco Nye that today, I think either today or yesterday, but they gave some people, or they admitted them to the bar. And he said Attorney Alvin Tish Jallo of the NEC was again denied admittance to the Supreme Court bar. He failed to produce a copy of his law degree. He went there, they say, well, your degree, he not get it. This guy sits at NEC as the head of the legal department of NEC. Director Brown Lansana has him there. He rendered almost all of the judgments and go through give all their pieces of legal advice. He can't even show his degree, a photocopy of it, to the Supreme Court for him to get admitted. These are the frauds at NEC that we talk about all the time, and they still got him there. You know, but I'm sure we'll have more time to talk about that on Friday along with other issues. Thank you.
Mame, you there? If not, Chupo can go. Chupo, are you there? You muted.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm actually here. So I just want to, extend my heartfelt appreciation to the team. It was another great show tonight. Now I'm humble, and we'll always remain humble being part of such great team. I do appreciate it, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Chupo. Mame, are you there? If not, Pia, you can take us on. I think Mame just.
Mame, you just posted in here, so do your closing. I don't know what Mame on. Okay. Then let me close. Then Mame is not paying attention. So the first thing I want to talk about, I heard constant referral to the fact that people kept saying we are saying he raised Dr. salary to 2,000, Dr. salary to 2,000, Dr. So I was sitting there wondering, but so what was the salary before somebody said we are saying he raised it to 2,000? So while we're talking, I decided to contact a former deputy minister at the Ministry of Health during Ellen's time. And this is what he said to me. Salaries were in categories for specialized and senior doctors. And by that, all the specialized and senior doctors were making 3,500 above. 3,500 above. So if we are giving them 2,000, it means the Hamon Nas they're paid from 3,500 to 2,000. So I don't know what he was talking about. And then the minister said those from school newly, if you're just coming from school newly, they were making between 800 to 1,005 after 5 years, because you're just coming from school. And then doctors who were program managers were making 2,500 US dollars.
So if the specialized and senior doctors were making 3,005, the doctors who were program manager were making 2,005, those from school were making between 800 to 1,005. I don't know where this reference of we are carrying doctor salary are coming from. That's one. Two, when President Sirleaf came to power, the records were available as to the patient versus doctor ratio. It took that Unity Party government in the 12 years of existence to train a bulk of the doctors we have today, because the patient to doctor ratio was a disaster. So when people, when this guy keep writing these things and throwing it on, we have to read, and he just reading them, I don't know where he's coming from with them. That's one. Two, when we're talking about paying people retroactively, I got in contact, somebody from the university or professor at the University of Liberia got in contact with me. And he said, by law, yes, these people who were robbed should be paid retroactively. And he gave an example of the university. He said they had a situation at the university where similar situation at the UL where faculty members were underpaid. And they established that, and then they negotiated and they were giving the back pay. And he said after they gave them the back pay, the pay grade was then established and the gaps that existed were closed, but they gave them the back pay, which was the same as retroactive payment. Therefore, he says the same can be done on the other end because that's law. If you steal from people deliberately and it's established, you got to take care of that. Then I just came across something, I think it was posted by Dylan, which I think I want to say. It doesn't say a lot, but it says some very critical things. And so he was saying, where the UP administration left us by January 2018 versus where the CDC government led us in 2023. He said this one, the non-law business, that fact check. One, exchange rate. The UP left it at 134 to $1 US. Where CDC got it in 2023, 155 to $1 US. The second thing I was kg, 25 kg bag of rice. UP levy at $2,000 Liberian. Georgia has it at $2,800 right now. Vegetable oil. UP levy at $1,050. Georgia get it right now at $1,500. Palm oil. UP levy at $450 per the 5-gallon stuff. Georgia got it at $1,200. Market cube. UP levy at $380. Georgia get it at $490. Charcoal. UP levy at $400. Georgia get it at $900. Gallon of gas. UP levy at $445. Georgia get it at $780. From Red Lab to Broad Street, UP levy at $130. Georgia get it at $250. Gallon of diesel, UP levy at $460. Georgia get it at $848. Orange limited data. UP levy at what did it say? $3,886. Georgia get it at $12,304. This is just a snapshot of some of the current dairy that the ordinary people are living. They buy coal, they buy oil, they buy red. These are daily things they need to make their living. And I just thought it was a good piece of work that they did. And finally, let me close on this. When Mo Ali talked about what we and others are doing, paying people to wear their t-shirt, we're hearing different accounts. You other men saying they were in the market, they force the people there to buy lapa, and they say, you don't wear the lapa, they will do this. We know all the things they do. I don't have time for that. I didn't want to waste time on that.
I drew my interest in the fact that Mo emphasized that they have made up their mind that they will still survive because whether the people vote for them or not, they will rig the elections. And before I could leave to go for my daughter, I did say, Mr. Weah can go ahead and rig the election if he thinks that's the way to go. By law, we got only one way to change our leaders, democratic elections. That is acceptable to everybody. So when it is free, fair, transparent, and credible, then we respect it. If the people decide that this is what we want, even though we're suffering, that's it. But if the people decide that they don't want you, and you rig the elections, what I did say to Mo comment was that you'll be chased out. And I meant every word I said. When that statement was made, somebody went on our live stream. And what the person said was that, oh, you'll tell your Pierre to keep his negative energy to himself and take it away from Liberia. So my attention went to that comment. We want to talk about negative energy? Negative energy is when all the auditors working for the very government are killed by the government they work for. That's negative energy. Negative energy is when St. Moses can grab 3 boys, take them somewhere, come back, say they drown, you never found their body, the parents never see them anymore, they're gone. That's negative energy. Negative energy is when the finance minister take 25 million and you say he carry in the street and give the money changers to move excess liquidity from the market and all end up in your pocket. That's negative energy. Negative energy is when Wilson Tapper and others take 30 million for COVID relief. They put all in their pocket, no COVID relief was given to anybody, and they just squander those amounts. That's negative energy. Negative energy is when the president goes to his church, not a press conference, not anywhere, sits on his so-called pulpit and insults opposition and other political actors in the country. That's negative energy. And I could go on name me. Negative energy is what you see with the humanization audit that I just stated. Negative energy is when you see a police director. I've never seen a history of any government where the police director says, we defend the peace of this country with our blood and sweat. That's not the language that is used by police director. You copy from CDC playbook, you copy from Jefferson Koji Mob when you said they were defending for the you police director for going ahead and say where your blood and sweat defense really coming from. That's negative energy. Negative energy is when the election commission, that is a partisan-based election commission, is doing everything wrong. So to that person who made that comment, let me say to you, if you're concerned about negative energy, those are the things you got to be focusing on. But the people who say, when you do these bad things and you do the wrong thing, there'll be consequences and you call them negative energy, they got a long time to go. Because if you're sitting down somewhere believing that if we are rigged the election, what you will get in return is clapping, then you better stop dreaming. If he rigs the election, there'll be consequence. Part of that consequence is that he'll be chased out. Except you don't read your history. Samuel Doe, when he overthrew Toba, he enjoyed 10 years of governance. But let me tell you what happened halfway into that 10 years. When the 1985 elections were held and he rigged it, Kwangba and others came for him. They made some errors. They didn't succeed. So he remained there and he believed that he was a King Kong and doing all the bad things that he wanted to do. Then 1990 came, and the rest is history. Nobody wants that in the country. That's the reason why, if we concern about negative energy, we got to be telling the president and his people in government now to do the right thing. That's what we should be concerned about. We should be telling the president, Mr. President, if we go to the election and we lost the election, let's give it up. The same people elected us. If they come by and say they don't want us, let's give it up. But if you mislead him to say you should rig the election, and you think the rest of the country will clap for you, think again. Think again. And what Jusu said, let me close with that. We can go and get a 3-hour speech. Let's start telling them and go to the other radio or be out there and say the Liberian people are happy because everything is okay. I don't know where Lester Tenney lives. Maybe he lives in a different world and not Liberia. But like Jusu said, as you deceive yourself with all the things you say you've done, you will meet these very voters at the barricade.
At that barricade, they're going to be voting for the lives of the auditors that were taken away. At that barricade, they're going to be struggling and taking decision on the fact that people who are making $150, we are keen to power and start paying them $40. At that barricade, they're going to be asking questions about the 3 missing boys. At that barricade, they're going to be asking about the 25 million. They're going to be asking about the 30 million. They're going to be asking about the 16 billion. And you name it. At that barricade, they're going to be asking questions about the suffering the ordinary people are passing through in that country. That people cannot even feed themselves. They can't send their children to school. Those are the questions they're going to be asking on that barricade. And as they ask those questions and make their decision, we dare you to change it in the name of Reiki. Even the angels from heaven, as Taylor will say with G. Aaron Andrews, will not save you. Thank you, Stevie. It's been a good show.
Thank you, Pierre. Thank you to Phil. Thank you, Mo Ali. Thank you to Paul. Thank you, Mame. Thank you, Laraman. Thank you, Daniel Sando, all of our callers, all of
respect, let me just say, because I was a former official of the past government, the guy who headed the Civil Aviation Authority at the time, Aki Williams, he was made an ambassador during Ellen time in Morocco. He died recently. His funeral will take place on Monday at the First United Methodist Church on Ashmore Street, I think at 10 in the morning. And after that, he will be buried at the Castle Memorial land. So on behalf of the class Reloaded, we want to say sympathy to his family and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a wonderful show. We'd like to say thanks to all of our radio stations. Bushra Radio FM 98.1 in Montserrado, Premier FM 98.1 in Bangabon County, Radio Tupa FM 89.1 in Grand Bassa, Voice of Lofa FM 99.3 there in Lofa County, Radio Joy Africa FM 97.5 in Magibi, Voice of Compa FM 106.5 all the way there in Compa City. Nimakari, has been a great show. It's been a wonderful time having you all here join us. Thanks to all of our folks in the comment section, all of those who shared the show, all of those who listen via radio, all of those who've been watching. The name is Stephen Johnson. I'm your host. We'll be back here on Friday with another edition of the program, The Class Reloaded. On that note, we come to the end of today's broadcast. We'd like to say thanks for joining us. Do have yourself a wonderful, 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 very wonderful rest of the evening. God bless you all, and bye-bye.
And to come to Liberia because people have put the.
My people, where you at? Where you at? Wake up from your slumber, stop sleeping. Whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your hands, whip your. Come on, come on, come on. I know you're sleeping now. You gotta wake up some more, yeah? Okay, let's go. The people who us, the people lie to us. The government betray us. They betray us so much. They lie. The people who us, the people lie to us. The government betray us. They can lie, they can steal, they will not go. I said we tired with their lies. We tired with their promises that led us to all our damages. We tired with their speech they preach indeed and now unique they deceive us. The thing we saw it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to beat? You see, we just tell you that's why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask. The people fool us, the people lie to us. The government betray us, they betray us so much. I said they lie. The people who are so.
There is a game, and everybody's supposed to play, but everybody against one man, and that woman is no rest. A moment, yeah.
double defense, triple defense. Hey! But Romain Walker is not determined defensive. He's warming up, Babel is warming up. Yeah, he's jogging, 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 and the crowd is cheering.